Was there a hurricane yesterday?
Just the tropical depression.
I thought it did turn into a hurricane.
Oh, you know what? It did become a hurricane.
It like right at the end, right when it was flying over us, it was just like, I think I will become a hurricane, if just for right now.
Actually, I'm saying it was just a tropical storm.
It never reached that point.
Yeah.
I could have sworn I looked it up and it was like 18 minutes ago. Debbie has become a Category 1 hurricane. Maybe it's just on technicality for like a minute or something.
Landfall as a Category 1.
Yeah.
Maybe it did. Maybe it did.
Yeah, but it didn't stay that way for very long. It was just wind. Just wind all night, no rain.
It rained here a lot.
Oh, it was definitely raining, but there were definitely moments of just like a couple of hours that was just wind. Like I could just walk outside and it was just wind. Even though my front yard was flooded up to the bend in my driveway.
Yeah. That trench did its job.
Yeah, it did. Yeah, it did. Shit's still pretty high. Is YouTube working?
Yeah, this stream is live. I'm looking it up.
Okay, it's not like showing me data on my end, which it usually should. That's good. Yeah, fun thing about my neighborhood, my house. As long as there's no thunder and lightning, my power will stay on through anything.
Yeah, apparently, the rest of my Grandmaster neighborhood, was without power, but, my neighborhood has still had power.
We lucked out then.
Yeah.
Yeah, and, unless we're gonna get an aftershock storm here, which I don't think exists.
I'll be curious if Matt lost power.
Should be okay.
I think he often does when the hurricanes hit, and he's just across the street from me.
Yeah. Well, it was kind of nice. I slept well the last 2 days while it was raining, so that's cool. That's always good. Alright, but what do you all know about the stock exchange in Japan?
I know that, like, the economic crash of the 90s kind of killed Japan's left-wing liberal movement.
Oh, that's interesting.
Because what's his name talks about that. Who's the dirty old man that made Gundam?
The disgusting old man, Tomino.
Tomino, yeah, because like
Hiroyuki?
talked about how like
Hiroyuki Tomino?
Hiroyuki? I didn't know that.
I'm usually right when the name comes out of nowhere.
Anyway.
Like,
yeah, Yoshiyuki.
Yoshiyuki.
Anyway, because he talked about how like the new types kind of represented like this like left-wing movement that was happening in Japan, right?
Okay.
But then the economy collapses in the 90s, and like that movement just died, which is why he stopped writing about new types in Gundam. It's because like in his mind the life of the movement had died,
the representation no longer matters.
He no longer believed in like that change was possible, which is really sad.
That's pretty.
No, it's pretty depressing.
That's like, a little dour.
About, like, yeah, it's like when he talks about like why are there no new types in Turn A? It's like this is the reason. It's like damn, that's like.
And then it's the best one.
Yeah, it's the best one, but still, it's
not
like
that I know that.
Sad.
I take people's word for that, and I have to believe them from everything I've heard.
It's look. When the mech looks like that, you know it's good.
It's got to be good. There's no way Turn A is bad. There's no way Turn A is not peak. And I use that word very seldom. Anyway, so we're playing this game here. It's kind of cool because the title screen was just the last screen we were on. It's kind of neat. Okay, we made it out of the room. We're on a boat. We're on a fucking boat that we're gonna be on for what, 50 days, they said? 50 fucking days. From Japan to England. I'll be curious if they talk about what the route for that actually looks like.
I imagine they're going I imagine they're going under Africa.
That would be my guess also.
I'm not sure when the
How viable
Suez
is
Canal was
it?
made.
How viable is it to go north?
To go over Russia?
We got Russians on the ship. That's why I'm thinking it's a Russia. We're going over Russia.
I mean, I'm not. I generally don't know how viable it would be to go over Russia through the Arctic.
Maps.
I mean, there's just so much ice that it would be hard to navigate.
I'm zooming out. Zooming out. Let me see.
When was the Suez Canal built? Okay, the Suez Canal.
This looks pretty viable. I'm looking at this. This might be a pain in the ass.
Right, like obviously there are the
but
Russians,
like that looks like it's a shorter distance.
Oh, it's definitely a shorter distance.
Because yeah. But that's cold.
I mean,
you're going straight through the fucking Arctic. That's cold.
I mean, right? You'd be passing between Russia and Alaska and going over Russia.
Yeah.
And over all of Europe, and hoping you don't hit an iceberg, of course. Right.
Yeah, that never happened in the early 1900s, so we don't have to.
Obviously, going past India and up through the Suez Canal is like the main trade route.
Right. Yes. Yes.
Because obviously you don't have to. The Suez Canal did already exist. You wouldn't have to go under Africa. You would just cut under through the Mediterranean Sea. And then you'd come out by Spain and up to Britain. But because there are the Russians, I guess they are going around Alaska, up around Russia.
Man, dude, the Suez Canal, like what an insane like cheat that is. Like just looking at the map and it's like the whole Red Sea just happened to play out that way. And it's like, I mean, that's only a couple of miles in the grand scheme that we got to cut out.
Yeah, I mean, I think the actual crazy one is the Panama Canal that connects North America and South America.
Yeah, that too.
Actually, I'm curious which one is bigger.
Go with the where's it? Let me see. Where's the Panama Canal? Show me Panama Canal.
I believe it literally cut North America from South America. So like we're like not Mexico, but like the country's just south of Mexico.
I think there's less. I think there's less they had to cut out in the Panama Canal because it goes into a natural lake.
The Suez Canal is longer than the Panama Canal, but the Panama Canal's locks are larger. Because they do that. Have you ever seen, like, you've seen the GIF of the boat locking mechanism, right? Where like what they have to do to get the boats up and around the canals. Where they
I haven't actually.
Okay, so
I honestly, I'll be honest with you. You know me. I know nothing about the world. But like, I didn't know the Suez Canal existed until that boat fucking blocked it.
Yeah.
Like, and it's like, oh, we have a canal that just connects into the Mediterranean. That makes sense. Shit.
Yeah, so basically how canal locks work is you.
I'm gonna look this up. Canal lock.
Yeah, so here's you have these sections of like the river, I guess you would call it, right? That like all have these big giant gates on either side, and like the boat goes into the gate, and then they close the doors, and then fill it with water so they can raise it up so they can go to the next gate, and then they'll drain the water.
Staircase.
It's effectively a giant staircase made out of water.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, and I've seen the science behind this too.
Yeah, it's all like,
which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
Huh. Here I am, just all this incredible human ingenuity.
Oh no, it's insane
to make the world run, and here I am farting on stream into a microphone. It's what they built it for, right? I'm just fulfilling what my ancestors wanted from me.
Yeah,
the good life.
Human ingenuity is pretty cool.
With the 2-second attention span. What were we talking about?
I don't know.
Japan? We've been there, right?
Japanama.
Japanama Canal. All right.
Panama Canal that cuts straight through Russia.
Yeah, no, yeah, maybe. I mean, they love making up bullshit, and I love it when they make up bullshit. All right, he's dead, and we were in the closet. We were a stowaway, a big stinky stowaway, shitting in the closet the whole time, and the dumbest man ever, somehow dumber.
We go back to that.
Then Dick Gumshoe showed up as the detective here. Which one do you want?
It was the one that mentioned Shanghai.
It should be this one. Right. An article on the front page of a Russian newspaper, which means we went to a Russian port. Right. We're on a Russian ship. The headline reads Revolutionary Villain Bullshit.
So it's like, it's not too... Wouldn't be too weird that they went to Russia first.
It's true. Like, it's just, hey, here's a trade. We got a boat that takes you there.
So this implies, though, that they, like, if this guy's about to show up, that maybe we actually went to Shanghai.
Yeah.
Also, which does imply that we're going south and then through the Suez Canal, but we'll see.
Yeah, and we're just trying to prove our innocence, and we got out of the cabin, and there was a vent, a sussy vent. Ugh. Excuse me. You get one. Is it me working? Is it working? I'm talking normally while smacking my mute. Is it working? Okay, cool. Boom! I'm finally out of that cabin. Ah, I have to admit, this isn't quite what I was expecting. It's less spacious out here than I thought it would be. And this is the most luxurious accommodation. Yes, indeed. Kazuma-sama was being sent on this study tour by the government. That's why he was being put up in a first-class cabin. Even still, this is about twice as large as my accommodation in steerage. Really? That must be awful. Oh, God. Oh, look over there. That's another crewman keeping watch. He looks enormous, even if he is sitting down. Spreading. The door next to him leads to the second-class accommodation. I suppose he's making sure that no one comes in here who shouldn't. I suppose. Like people in handcuffs? Naruhodo-san. You look like a little boy visiting a toy shop for the first time. I would have thought you'd be used to this ship by now. We've been at sea for 2 weeks already. Well, yes, I know, but the thing is, I was inside Kazuma's trunk when I first came aboard. And ever since then, I've been shut up inside that little wardrobe. It must have been a very trying time for you. Please don't give me that pitying look. No music here? Well, let's get looking. What the fuck is this? Ah, trap for catching mice. Yes, we have plenty of those back home in Japan. Although they seem to be using a lump of chalk or something as bait. Positively chalk to meet you. Let me see. Yes, I think that's what is called cheese. It's made from the milk of cows. Cheese? I wonder what that tastes like. You can't eat it, Naruhodo-san. The trap will snap shut on your fingers. Huh, really? But, I suppose you're right.
When she makes this face, I want you to do the Pearl voice.
The serious Pearl voice?
Yes. Nick.
Ryunosuke-san. Yeah, okay. I'm waiting for a little girl to show up to actually do that.
No, fair enough, fair enough.
I don't know. Do these games have a Pearl? I'm just assuming there's gonna be a dupe of everyone.
It's just every time she like does that face, though, I'm like expecting you to say it or say do the voice.
She looks straight at you. Okay, I'll keep an eye out for it. You weren't actually going to try it, were you? all I've had to eat for the past couple of weeks is Kazuma's leftovers. You don't know how hungry I've been in that wardrobe. Poor you. I'll find a little snack for you later. Want that cheese. Oh, I want that cheese. I'm going with he won't like it.
I don't know.
It's like the natto. It's like I'm not gonna like the natto if I eat it. I don't know what that is, but that's the cheese. That's our fermented weird shit.
Right. There were a lot of cheesy things in Japan, but not like. Although Korea is the one that like really loves cheese.
Yeah, obviously cheese is now global. Well, I was gonna say it probably tastes better now, but it's like, well, I don't know. Maybe that old-fashioned good cheese. You know, I stopped drinking almond milk recently. The Baretsu brings up the lactose intolerance. I think I'm lactose intolerant.
Yeah, that's probably true.
Yeah, like,
I mean,
I've had, like, no irregularity issues since I stopped drinking, almond milk.
yeah, I mean, like, so, like, shit like that's just even common these days because of all the fucking, like, GMO chemical shit that we're ingesting. Like, our bodies are not, like, processing food the way they're supposed to be anymore, right? Because it's like, I'm a little lactose intolerant. It's not, like, inhibiting, but it's like, if I got a big bowl of ice cream, I gotta, like,
it's like pain for me. It's like
like gastrointestinal pain in your
just like irregularity. I'll just either get constipated or shit nonstop. There's no in between. I did have a bar of ice cream the other day, and it wasn't too bad. It's like if I eat it, it's got to be like a lot or like milk. And Anyway. I hope we keep talking about shitting for the rest of this stream. First class cabin number 1. Yes, that's our cabin. Not our cabin. It's Kazuma-sama's. Sorry? This is his favorite line. Sorry? Baretsu also brings up another point that doesn't have lactose in it. I don't know then. That shit fucked me up no matter what.
Yeah, you would drink almond milk if you were
I'm an enigma.
Intolerant. That would be your alternative.
I'm fucking unknowable. This is true. What the hell's wrong with me then?
You're allergic to almonds.
I'm definitely not allergic to almonds. I love almonds.
I'm slightly allergic to almonds.
Maybe I've ascended as a human being and I'm allergic to concepts. Just the notion of milk makes me shit. Possible. We know this is possible. Milk the almond titties.
How is he supposed to activate them?
Yeah.
I don't even know what I'm saying.
Dude, activated almonds. I wish I might have that image somewhere. Of this guy's, like, seemingly made up health routine. It's just a bunch of fucking buzzwords or just technical terms put in front of all this food, and people are like, what the fuck is an activated almond? Is it bad almond milk? No, it's always been fresh. And also, almond milk also lasts for a pretty long time. I don't know, something about it then, I guess. Too healthy? Maybe it's purging me? I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, your accommodation is confined to the wardrobe inside the cabin. You know how to make a stowaway feel small, don't you? As small as the wardrobe I've been calling home. These cabins are the finest on the ship. My own cabin in steerage is number 539, by the way. 500 and... How many cabins are there? Well, that's not... That's not how they do that. Unless...
The first number probably indicates deck.
Yeah.
And then it's just like, it might just even go up to 40.
Yeah. It took me a long time to realize there were not actually, like, thousands of houses on streets.
Sure, sure.
Like, it's... I would believe it. Like, there's so many. I'm not counting them all, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And then it's just like, oh no, it's done by block. Oh, okay. What do you think this is? It's a very pleasing shape, isn't it? That's the emergency alarm. It's probably best not to touch it. Oh, an alarm. It says, press only in times of emergency. It looks as though it sets alarm bells ringing all over the ship and brings the vessel to a complete stop. Oh, this I have to see. What are you doing, Naruhodo-san? You mustn't touch it. But this is an emergency situation. Just look at these handcuffs. Oh, that's a good one. You know full well that's not what the alarm is for. Kill him. If you were to bring this vessel to a standstill for no good reason, you'd be in an even worse situation. I wish everything would just stop. The ship included. If you have to do something foolish, at least make it something that doesn't affect anyone else. Stuffy tonight. This is it. This is the cabin next to ours. The one the vent connects to. Yes, the ventilator from which Kazuma-sama wrote that he saw a speckled band emerging. Maybe whoever in this cabin can help solve that particular mystery. Let's ask. Oh my god. What's with the tan? Ah, he had the speckled band bound around his face, and he was outside for too long.
Yeah, no, that's definitely what it looks like. Huh.
Oh, excuse me, we, need to get inside this cabin here. The sailor's eyes speak volumes. They're clearly saying, keep out. That's what I wrote on the sign we put over the wardrobe doors. Although this man's version is definitely more effective. Doesn't look like he's going to let us pass. That's a problem. This looks like a plan of the SS Burya. It shows each deck. Look. The Burya is a large-scale steamship with a triple-skinned hull. What a marvel of engineering. Well, it's been playing on my mind for a while now, actually, but... how is it that such a huge lump of metal doesn't just sink to the bottom of the ocean? Oh, that's really quite simple, Naruhodo-san. It is? Well, consider the Japanese archipelago. The islands of Japan. Yes. They're not metal, but they are enormous lumps of earth, many, many times larger than the ship. And they don't sink, do they? They've been floating happily on the sea since the gods created them. Well, I suppose so. Checks out. That's a huge book on top of the table there. And there's a pen next to it. Yes, that looks like the ship's log. Shall we have a little look through it? Oh my god, the writing's so neat and precise. Every detail about the voyage has been meticulously recorded. You wouldn't expect a rough and ready sailor to have such beautiful handwriting. He blushes. And nothing. No reaction at all. I thought he might appreciate the compliment. I'm not sure that rough and ready is much of a compliment, Naruhodo-san. Even to a sailor. Anyway, last night's log is mostly blank. Is this the face you were talking about? Which face is it?
I guess this is the face, but it's she has a particular tone. Like it's like when she's being strict with you, right?
Okay, okay.
But like obviously, like here is like, she's not like saying anything too.
Presumably that means there was nothing to report. That's the way to the second class area of the ship. Something wrong? I was thinking about making a run for it. Just for a moment. Things aren't exactly going well for me. I might be wrong, but I imagine the moment you reach for the handle of the door, that burly seaman would surely shoot you dead. Oh, dear, I'm sorry. Perhaps I went a little too far there. No, I started it with my talk of running away. There's no way I can run away while Cosmo's death remains a mystery anyway. Excuse me, but can I ask you something? You little stowaway murderer. That wasn't a good start, was it? Alright, let me try instead. Good day, Mr. Sailor. I'm sorry to trouble you, but could I perhaps ask something of you? You little third-class lady's maid. Oh. We seem to have caught the sailor on a bad day, Susato-san. I am not a sailor. My mother gave me a name. I am senior crewman. Biff Stroganoff.
What could this be? I just don't understand.
I
have no idea
Tommy,
what that is.
I don't think we know.
There was
something about something about us. We just don't know what Biff Stroganoff. I don't get it.
Anyway, what do you call a masturbating cow?
I am senior crewman Beef Stroganoff. Woo! The best thing is just to avoid eye contact, I think.
My mom told me that one.
Good one. Mr. Stroganoff. How about this first-class cabin area? Here we are in finest part of Buria steamship. For very important persons. What sort of very important persons? Government officials. Kings and queens traveling in secret. Many important persons. That is why I am always guarding this place. Gosh, that's amazing. But somehow I let stupid stowaway inside. I want to pick you up and throw you in the ocean. But Stroganoff is not animal. Thank you? If I may, I was wondering, is the cabin next to Mr. Asogi's currently occupied? Da. Is that Da?
Yeah.
He said, but the other sailor said it without the character.
That is the D.
No,
though,
look, it's the bull. It's the beef.
Yeah. That's the D in Droog, I believe. That the word that looks like you would read it as ape-ear, but it's actually pronounced Droog.
Droog.
I think that's the D's character. Krillok.
Dude, it's the upside down bull. It's the beef.
It's definitely the upside down bull. It's the beef.
Susato-san, did you understand that? It sounded like da. I think it's probably Russian for yes or
no.
Or no. What an incredible language. Context sensitive language. We have one word for every situation. It is not permitted to visit other cabins without invitation. Well, it sounds like there is somebody in the next door cabin at least. Yes, it's tantalizing. Passenger in the next door cabin. Could you tell us who's traveling in the cabin next to Mr. Asogi's? His name is Mr. Grimesby Roylott. Grimes by Roylott?
Yeah, I got nothing.
Is this also gonna be
Rude of some kind?
literary?
Yeah.
Maybe when we see what his bizarre visage, we'll know. He is very important Western gentleman. Western gentleman? Do not think about it. He has nothing to do with murder of student boy. How can you be so sure about that? Because I killed student boy. I mean... Mr. Roylott is authentic Western gentleman. Such a man would have no interest in lowly student from insignificant Far East Islands. That was harsh. Could you tell us when Mr. Roylott came aboard? That is not your business. Come to think of it, even though we've been at sea for 2 weeks now, and I've been in Cosmo's cabin the entire time, I've never once heard anything from the next door cabin. Or even felt like there's anyone there. Well, presumably, since this gentleman is occupying one of the first-class cabins, he must be rather important. Is that right?
It's the snake.
That is not your business. Last night. Oh my god, he's got a fish on his chest, I just realized.
What?
Fish.
It is a fish.
Wow. Are you on watch here all the time, Seaman Stroganoff?
Now hold on.
All time. No criminals like you can... So criminals like you cannot come in. Or get out. I wonder, could you tell us anything about last night at all? It is sad about student boy. Were you on watch last night as well? Of course. And did you notice anything at the time? Anything unusual?
He was dead.
I'm going with that's nyet.
Yet.
Het. Heterosexual. Damn straights. Nyet.
It's a great comic. That's it's something about like that character Niev, but it's like a cat meowing is like the same way you would spell like HR department in Russian. And it's like, no, you're looking for the Niet department. It's like a guy with a bunch of cats on his desk, and he's like, no, this is an HR. This is the cats.
Okay. Susato-san, did you understand that? It was clearly a no. I saw nothing unusual. Nothing at all. And you didn't hear any strange noises? Or sense anything? Gets closer to him as he turns his face. Or sense anything was wrong in some way? A little smell. I said no! Okay, sorry. He's gonna, like, tear off the fish at some point. Like, it looks like it's removable. Like, it looks like a fucking Dragon Ball Z background that's about to get destroyed. I'm not so sure. I could have sworn that he wouldn't catch my eye for a moment there. This is enough. I cannot say more now. Oh. It is time for me to report to Captain. You must return to cabin. Yes, alright. Bulkhead to second class area is staying locked at all times. You escape when the lobster whistles on top of the mountain. Or as English say, when the pigs fly. You escape when the lobster whistles on top of the mountain. Yes, I understand. Good. Now we can investigate this area properly, shall we? Definitely. Anything else? Can we sniff his chair? Damn. We can grab these again. That book on top of the table there really is huge. There's a pen with it, too. Yes, I'm sure that's the ship's log. Shall we have a little look through it? Are you so neat and precise? Yeah. You wouldn't expect a rough and ready sailor to have okay. I guess it's because he's just not there this time. No. They're mostly blank. Presumably that means there was nothing to report. Okay, yeah, it was just because of the... I hope Gumshoe's in there. I hope Sholmes died and turned into Gumshoe. This is it.
It would be nice.
This is the cabin next to ours. The one the vent connects to. Yes, the ventilator from which Kazuma-sama wrote that he saw a speckled band. Maybe whoever's in the cabin can help solve that particular mystery. Let's go ask.
Look, we have sus. We have the vent.
We do have.
We just need a little bean man to say the word Among Us and leave.
No answer. We're out of luck, it seems. There's no one in there to help with our inquiries. How annoying. Ah! What was that? It came from inside the cabin. Such a high-pitched scream. It must have been a woman. Stand aside. Here it comes. Here it comes. We all know he's built different.
Come on, Rinosuke.
Oh, it's him. I'm about to break the door down. Mr. Sholmes! I shan't be stopped. When the fit is on me, I revel in kicking doors off their hinges. Please, wait, Mr. Sholmes. The door doesn't appear to be bolted. Fuck. Fuck, it doesn't? Then how the douche can I dispatch this muscular urge? What, pray, can I kick? I think we should go in. There's no time to think about stress relief. Urgh! I gotta kill!
The Japanese kid wasn't enough. I need more death. Ah.
What are you? A Western gentleman? This man looks Russian to me. Wow, Ryunosuke. Okay, hold up. Okay, I know they have to like reuse the background asset, but why are things like toppled over exactly the same as the other room in the background?
Boat's rocking, man.
Also, this is like, this is an egregious axis of action break, as like the entrance is behind his shoulder over there, but it's like we just kicked down the door from this side.
Yeah.
We heard a woman scream. A woman, don't be absurd. As you can see, there's nobody but me in this cabin. True. This old man does appear to be the only person in here. But in that case, who just screamed? Get out. All of you, now! Please excuse the intrusion, but you're Mr. Grimsby Roylott, I believe. Yes, that's me. And you are? I am the one and only, the actual Herlock Sholmes. You've heard of me, no doubt. No? I am a great detective among great detectives. One who adorns the covers of popular magazines, no less. So I assure you, you must trust me completely. The man uses that magazine like a business card. A detective? I do not trust detectives. We distinctly heard a scream emanating from within these walls. But there would appear to be a lady, but there wouldn't appear to be a lady concealing herself within the wardrobe this time. So, might I be so bold as to ask you to open that small traveling case? What? Don't be stupid. How could anyone fit in a small trunk like that? Well, it's quite fashionable these days, is it not? Traveling inside one's trunk. Don't look at me. Oh my fucking... Did you see that, Mr. Naruhodo? Yeah. The case just shook.
Snake.
Leave. Now. Otherwise, I'll call the steward. So this is Cosmo's neighbor, Mr. Grimsby Roylott. There's no doubt about it. This strange Russian man is hiding something. I couldn't agree more. Get out of my head. Let's see if we can find some clues before that burly sailor returns. We're just not leaving.
Oh my god. Maybe he is good.
I'm not convinced
like
yet. I'm not convinced.
Not convinced yet, but he's working on it.
What do you think you're doing? Ah! This is my cabin. Get out! We just have a quick look inside your traveling case, perhaps? No! What a pity. I think we're out of luck. I think you're right. There doesn't appear to be anything more we can do. I agree. There may be someone else who can help. Perhaps that great detective could get somewhere with Mr. Roylott. Do you have a moment, please, Mr. Sholmes? You need only address me as Sholmes. That's what I just did, isn't it? Well, Mr. Sholmes, what were you doing in there? Why, I was resting, of course. I haven't slept in 3 days. Resting? Indeed. I was contemplating our sea voyage from the confines of the wardrobe whilst waiting. Waiting for the inevitable time that you would need to call my great powers of detection into service. Oh! And it would seem that the hour is upon us now. The time has come, and so will you. Am I mistaken? Well, no, actually, you're spot on for once. Observe closely. Our Russian host in this cabin, Mr. Roylott, is clearly trying to hide something. And do you know what is the most effective weapon to use against a Russian hiding a secret? Why? The truth, of course. Though it should be pointed out that such methods are not exclusively for the Russians. Right. Naruhodo. Can you imagine how the Russian will react when the secret he guards so closely is exposed? Would you like to witness it? Oh, yes, please. Well then. What you are about to see may well astound you. For I am about to apply my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case. I know what's gonna happen here, actually. I think that one of the only things I've ever seen from this game just came back to me, and it's what's gonna happen with this character. I don't know if now or later, so I won't say anything, of course, but...
Okay.
That is weird. Because yeah. Yes, okay. My great deduction just kicked in. A memory from the past unlocked.
Yeah.
Could this man be a more hackneyed portrayal of a dubious Russian, I ask you? I'm sorry. Could this man be a more hackneyed... Hackneyed. I was like, I'm not saying that right. Could this man be a more hackneyed portrayal of a dubious Russian, I ask you? What? From time to time, it occurs to me. Is the fellow dubious on account of his Russianness? or Russian on account of his dubiousness?
Racism.
Go.
Oh,
I really don't think either of those things should be occurring to you or anyone. That's right, Mr. Sholmes. I know this man's beard and dark glasses are hard to ignore, especially on first meeting, but I once read, it is a capital mistake to theorize before you have all the evidence. It biases the judgment. Shh! Shut the fuck up! I must have complete silence! What are you doing? Why are you peering at my face like that? Ah, just as I thought. Yes, I've quite made up my mind now. There can be no other explanation that accommodates all the facts. Mr. Roylott, I have reached two incontrovertible conclusions. What do you mean? Number one, your true identity is that of a villain. Using those shears, you are about to end the existence of something most dear. Are you not? Huh? And number two, the other conclusion I have drawn, you are, at this moment, at this very moment no less, in the midst of committing a most grievous crime. Beneath that beard, your mouth quivers with nervous tension as you realize you have been discovered. Does it not? Ah! Oh, Naruhodo-san! I never imagined I would witness one of Mr. Sholmes' great deductions with my own eyes. That was a great deduction? Nothing can deceive Mr. Sholmes. In a single glance, he can deduce all there is to know about a person. What ineffable twaddle. Yes, I've read about it countless times in the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. And now I've experienced the astonishing impact of his great deductions firsthand. This is like a dream come true. I can hardly believe it, but I think everyone in the world is a fucking idiot. All the color has drained from Mr. Roylott's face. Looks like somehow both of Mr. Sholmes' conclusions were right? How? How could you? How could I possibly know such things, you wish to say? Very well then. I shall elucidate. I shall explain how it was that I arrived at this pair of conclusions. So do I cordially invite you upon a journey of logical discovery. Let us board the train of reasoning. But plainly, let us work through my deductions together.
Whoa. The game is afoot!
What the fuck is this? Topic 1, old man's identity. So, the dubious-looking Russian, Mr. Roylott, obviously what catches the eye in the first place.
The scissors.
Is the enormous pair of shears in your hand.
Or the Explorer.
Now we ask ourselves, what could you possibly want with such an implement?
Cut something.
The answer, of course, is staring us in the face. You are on the verge of using the shears to cut away the copious beard you sport. Now moving on. The question then begged is this. Why would you desire to rid yourself of this magnificent beard, Mr. Roylott? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. Regard, if you will, this morning's newspaper. In particular, the fascinating front page article. Which it would appear you have read also, Mr. Roylott. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary. In translation, the headline reads, Revolutionary Villain Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. As you cannot fail to observe, the subject of the article possesses an extremely copious beard. Having noted the article yourself, you decided to remove your incriminating facial hair before it gave you away. In short, your true identity is beyond doubt. You are the fearsome Russian revolutionary himself, Villain Bolshevik. Oh my god, guys, there's 2 Villain Bolsheviks on the ship. We're playing as Villain Bolshevik right now, but we have an imposter among us. We can't both be Villain Bolshevik.
Villain Bolshevik, my man.
Boys don't know about Villain Bolshevik. Not that I've heard of you myself, you understand. Now, as for my second conclusion, you are at this very moment on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. And the proof of this crime? Over there. Oh yes, Mr. Roylott. Taken unawares, people have a propensity to let their eyes stray, you see. And I assure you, the eyes speak so much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. The answer we seek lies where the furtive glance falls. So easily unnoticed. The proof of your crime sits before our very eyes. Yes, that traveling case. It is time, I think, that the case be opened and its contents laid bare.
Snake.
No, I refuse. What could you possibly be concealing inside, we ask? By my estimation, a young lady, perhaps. like a baby? One slight enough to fit therein.
No, he's just stupid.
Don't be absurd. And what, pray, would be the identity of this young lady in the traveling case? Dear me. We are not well suited to a life of crime, are we? You're careless, Hold on. Hold on. I think this is just Coudet.
Coudet?
Dude, the French language is not real, and most of their letters don't matter. Because I know the EIL is just like A.
That's Coudet. You're right.
It's Coudet.
A glance that takes in a comprehensive view.
I'm sorry I got anything French correct, everyone. Please, big forgivings.
Yeah, your careless glance betrays you.
Your careless Coudet betrays you. Once again, we need only follow your furtive glance that is so easily unnoticed to find the answer. Yes, the reason you refuse to open your traveling case can equally be found in the pages of this newspaper. For there is another, most stimulating article.
He thinks she's got the princess in the suitcase.
Got her in the bag. We turn from the fleeing revolutionary to the back page. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. Such a headline can lead us to but one conclusion. Your crime is that of abduction. According to the article, the young lady's name is Nikolina Pavlova. Why did we have to go through this? Thus concludes Herlock Sholm's great deduction of this Russian enigma. Elemensky.
Funny.
Elemensky. It's kind of funny. Wow. He's so right. Susato-san. That wasn't one of the great deductions I've been hearing so much about, was it? Well, the stories are full of Mr. Sholmes's brilliant deductions, you know. But that did seem a little different somehow. Excuse me, Mr. Sholmes. Are you an idiot? Teleports. Pray, what can I do for you? Okay, it's about your deductions. Would you mind? Not at all. Go on. Well, to start with, there's the newspaper article. I think we had the same discussion before, but, these two men look nothing like each other. Ah. You see, I have propopagnosia. Everyone looks the same to me, so it makes it very easy when finding the culprit. Oh, yes, I recall our discussion earlier. And at the time, I believe I told you that the man is a revolutionary. Well able to revolutionize his own appearance. In fairness to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Roylott does look more like this man than you do. That's not the point. And another thing, the part about him abducting the ballerina. Oh, indeed, a truly startling revelation. At first glance, the case would appear too small to accommodate a young woman. Not just at first glance, it is clearly too small. You'd be lucky to fit a 5-year-old child into that case, even if you pushed really hard. I don't suppose the missing ballerina is a 5-year-old child, is she? You mean you don't know? No! The young lady is 15. That has a 5 in it, therefore it'll work. No, I didn't know. How could I? Well... Well, if she's 15, then 10 years worth of her would be poking out from the case. Some years ago, I read something pertinent, I believe. A troop of men consuming vinegar daily in order to promote a certain litheness in their bodies. Vinegar? For such a sour bunch, it would surely be simplicity itself to contort oneself into the confines of that small case. Oh, dear. You might be thinking of contortionists in the circus, Mr. Sholmes. The circus, you say? That's where I was raised. That's where I learned all of my deduction skills.
I just got out of La Carnival, says Escape.
This whole thing is turning into a circus. Always was. Mr. Naruhodo, something's occurred to me about Mr. Sholmes' deduction just now. I think his powers of observation are, well, magical. His eyes cut to the heart of the matter almost instantly. It's just where he directs his attention in his logic that seems a little off. Your idea of a little may be a little off itself, Miss Susato. It's just one or two key words in his deduction that seem to let him down. So I was wondering if we might perhaps tactfully switch them for alternatives? What do you think? Switch some key words in his deductions. Yes, but very tactfully. I feel sure if we could do that, we'd unlock the true genius of Mr. Sholmes' great deduction. Precisely the thought that was going through my own mind, actually. This man is a lot of work. At times, I wonder how anyone puts up with me. It's not that funny. Ah, I knew my good fellow. Sorry? Take a moment to look at your wrists. My wrists? Holy shit, what the fuck? What? Huh? Where are your handcuffs? Huh? How did... I felt they may hinder your ability to follow me in our dance of deduction. I don't believe it. Mr. Sholmes, you are a marvel. Don't worry. I shall restore the shackles to your wrists when we are finished. I'm not worried. In fact, I'd rather stay like this. So, let us begin. Sherlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Course correction. Oh no, we're gonna have to deal with this all the time. This is a mechanic. Alright, so the dubious looking Russian Mr. Roylott, obviously what catches the eye in the first place.
True.
The enormous pair of shears in your hand. Now we ask ourselves, what could you possibly want with such an implement? The answer, of course, is staring us in the face. You were on the verge of using the shears to cut away the copious beards you swore. I'm not sure. Would you really use shears like that to cut off a beard? I doubt that's something I'll ever have to worry about. Doesn't quite sit right with me, though. Unable to grow facial hair. Wait. No, he can probably do that. He as long as he has a job, though, he won't. He'll be clean. But if he's homeless... It doesn't seem to be sitting right with Mr. Roylott either. Which means, I suppose, that the deduction is... wrong. Let's try to switch a key word here, Naruhodo-san, and see if that helps matters. Alright, but how? I think we should start by taking a long, hard look at Mr. Roylott. I wonder if it's really his beard that that he intended to use the shears on. Exactly. If we do manage to find something that seems to fit the sense of Mr. Sholmes' deduction better, then what? Then I'll leave the rest in your capable hands, Naruhodo-san. Why am I the one to do something about this? Well, anyway, let's see if there's anything we could even use to switch around in the last sentence. What exactly was Mr. Roylott going to use those enormous shears for? Can I move up and down? Yeah, this is actually pretty cool. Right. Yeah,
yeah,
so,
right, yeah.
It's a woman, and here's her real hair. Yeah, that's all I knew.
Yeah. I kind of figured as much too with the whole woman screaming thing.
Yeah,
just like, there's no one else in the room.
What the fuck is this? It looks like a cascade of stunning golden locks. No. The color's not the point. The point is, what's it doing on the back of Mr. Roylott's head? How's it growing out from underneath his thick black hair? Well, yes, that's true. So it's stunningly beautiful and stunningly surprising. Something's definitely not right here. Okay, we can present and interact, so we can't click on everything. Are you looking at the buttons on this coat? Could it be that Mr. Roylott was planning to cut these off? Oh, why? Well, when you're wearing thick gloves, it can be very hard to undo buttons. Then couldn't you just take off your gloves first? Aha! So he was going to use the scissors to cut his gloves off then. I want you to take a deep breath and look at this from a fresh perspective, Naruhodo-san. Oops. I think she's angry. It really is a very full beard, isn't it? Yes, although according to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Roylott was about to cut it off. I still think that he looks nothing like the man pictured in the newspaper article, though. The apparently merciless revolutionary, villain Bolshevik. So, if he wasn't going to cut off his beard, presumably he was going to cut something else? Yep. It's a very thick hat, isn't it? Oh, that's the secret you see, Naruhodo-san. Don't you know? Secret? What? Well, before we left Japan, it took some time to study various foreign countries. Russia is a land of unimaginable cold, and a thick hat is the secret to keeping warm. Without one, I read that your brain would freeze. That was just one of many fascinating snippets of information in Oh Mother, Not Russia. I think maybe you picked the wrong book there.
Yes!
Whoa. Okay, they had to get the handcuffs off because he needed to pose. Okay. You were on the verge of using the shears to cut away the golden locks you sport. Indeed. You have identified the precise detail I was intending to expose. Such lush golden hair certainly does not befit an old man. Ah. You're not a man at all. You're a woman, and judging from the length and sheen of your hair, one's still very much in her youth. Oh no. Only I'd managed to cut off my hair. No one would have suspected. The question then begged is this: why would you desire to rid yourself of these magnificent locks? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. Well, that was a shock. I had no idea that old man was really a young woman in disguise. Did you? What? Why are you staring at me like that? Yes, it was a surprise, Naruhodo-san. You're enjoying this, aren't you? Sorry? You look like you're in your element as you dance around the room deducing the facts with Mr. Sholmes. I'm just doing what we agreed. I'm not having fun or anything. This is strictly business. Yes, I understand. Say no more, you clown. Well, anyway, let's focus on the next part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction, shall we? The evidence that he picked out doesn't fit the facts at all now. No, that's true. Given that Mr. Roylott is actually a woman. Exactly. He, or rather she, can't possibly be this merciless revolutionary. I suppose it's because the deduction as a whole has taken a different direction now. Yes. Let's switch the evidence for something else. Something that fits the facts as we now understand them. For some reason, this woman needed to try and hide her true identity. I feel as though I've either read or heard about a young woman in a situation like that recently. Alright, I'll do my best. Right, I don't have, I'm trying to look for the people button down here.
Yes!
Yes!
Great effect. The evidence that reveals your true identity is, of course, the article about the ballerina. That's right. You've hit the nail on the head. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. It would appear we are finally able to address you by your true name. Yes, because your true identity is that of the Novovich Ballet's prima ballerina, Miss Nikolina Pavlova. Ah!
Dead.
Oh, good thing
Jesus.
that hat's so thick. Ooh. How sharp are those scissors? Hi. Wow, her entire contour changed so fast. Whoa. She was just puffing up. You know, they're Russian. They got that extra. They can puff up because it's so cold. She looks cool. I like her hair hook and her earring. You're right. My real name is Nina. I mean, Nikolina Pavlova. Please, I beg you, don't tell anyone. I've got to tell Waka. Oh.
I gotta tell Kazuma.
Oh. Now as for my second conclusion. You are, at this very moment, on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. And the proof of this crime, over there. Oh yes, Miss Pavlova. Taken unawares, people have a propensity to let their eyes stray. Yeah. And as I show you, the eyes speak so much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. The answer we seek lies there within the within the furtive pygmy or whatever. The proof of your crime sits before our very eyes. Yes, that traveling case. This woman is the ballerina. She's right in front of our eyes. So clearly she can't be inside that traveling case as well. No, that's right. It seems she wasn't abducted at all. In which case, in this case, that one in front of us, what is the crime this young woman is apparently committing? I can see I'm going to have to step in and fix the great detective's mistakes again. You seem to look pleased, Naruhodo-san. Do you like the idea of another chance to dance around with Mr. Sholmes? Stop it. Anyway, there must be something else here that shows what this woman is up to. What could it be?
He was drinking. Who's Tiara?
Wow, look at this dazzling tiara. I've never seen anything like it. Are those real diamonds, do you think? Oh, Naruhodo-san, try it on. What? Me? Isn't it usually girls who wear tiaras? Wouldn't you like to try it on? Oh, no, I couldn't possibly. It's far too beautiful. Why does this tiara look so familiar? I feel like I've seen it somewhere recently. I wish I could drag the cursor better.
Yes!
High arrow. The proof of your crime is in that tiara. Ah. I believe this tiara is worn on stage by dancers in the Novovich Ballet, is it not? Indeed, it would appear to be identical to the tiara pictured here in this newspaper article on your head. And if the reporting is to be believed, it's an item worth 20,000 rubles. In summary, the crime you've committed is theft. Oh no. Yes, you left your ballet troupe, unlawfully taking their precious tiara with you. I have no one, no family, no friends. I am all alone, and I need money. But I did not steal the tiara. It was a present from, how do you say, an Earl of Prussia. It belongs to me. This girl is only 15 years old. She's run away all by herself. Must have been extremely lonely. All right, I will tell you everything. There is no point in hiding it now. I'm not done yet. Let us not be hasty. What? There remains one unsolved mystery about you. Mystery? What do you mean? You have staunchly refused to open this traveling case of yours in our presence. It is reasonable to conclude, therefore, that there exists some reason why you wish it to remain closed.
Snake.
Is that not so, Miss Pavlova? I'm going with snake or cat, because I saw there was like a dish on the ground that you'd feed like a cat milk in. My dear girl, there is no sense in playing games with me. Nothing escapes my attention. Indeed, I have a very good idea of the contents of your case, even before I have ever laid eyes on them. Dear me! We are not well suited to a life of crime, are we? Your careless kudoe betrays you. Once again, we need only follow your furtive glance. Yep. Wait, what? Reason why you refuse to open the case, but... He's completely changed tack with his deduction now. I think Mr. Sholmes is adapting his logic to the changing circumstances, don't you? Makes sense.
Herlock changes tactics.
That's good. You all don't need to know what that means. But it's funny. Maybe, but why has he suddenly brought the bookshelf into all this? Just a wild guess, surely. Oh, do you think so? Well, it doesn't seem likely that the reason why this young woman doesn't want to open her case would have been written in the book that doesn't even belong to her. Yes, that's true, but still, Miss Pavlova certainly did cast her eyes in that direction. I noticed it myself. And there has to be another reason why she won't open her case. And it must be somewhere in the same area, if that's where her gaze was involuntarily drawn. I agree. That's the only answer. Whatever she has hidden inside that case should be revealed by following her gaze in the direction of the bookcase.
Oh, warning though, pets.
Check this small picture. This is a charming little picture, isn't it? What is it? Someone climbing to a steep climbing a steep mountainside, or descending one? It seems to me. Is it a lobster? When you've been on the flat sea for a while, maybe you start seeing hills and mountains and everything.
Yeah, 'cause, huh?
Oh, this is awkward. It's a metal door, the same as in Cosmo's cabin. Yes, and the rather slim bolt is the same as well. Well, if Miss Pavlova was actually glancing over at the door here instead of the bookcase, I would suggest a desire to run away from this cabin. Maybe. It looks like these are all the same books that we have in our cabin. I suppose the steward likes to make sure passengers have plenty to read for the long voyage. And have you noticed how all the books have fallen over, just like in Kazuma-sama's cabin? I did notice that. It's almost like someone's taken a sweep at them. Maybe Miss Pavlova, while she was practicing her ballet? Anyway, the point is, we don't have time to look through all these books at the moment. We couldn't even if we wanted to. They're all in Russian. Oh, that's a relief. Let's try our luck elsewhere. These are the rules of passage for travel aboard the SS Burya. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. There's exactly the same notice in our cabin, too. I wonder what happens if you break the rules. Oh dear, I'm sure the punishment would be severe, Naruhodo-san. You'd probably be left to drift in the freezing cold ocean. Or shut inside a tiny wardrobe for days on end. So I've actually been serving time for weeks now, have I?
Yes!
Yes.
Yes, the reason why you refuse to open your case is written in the rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Indeed, that case of yours is something forbidden. Inside that case of yours is something forbidden from carriage on this vessel. Carriage. That is the real reason why you refuse to open it, thus revealing its contents. As we've seen, the trunk wobbles from time to time, but no weapon or other dangerous item would move of its own accord. Which leaves but one possibility, Miss Pavlova. Inside your traveling case is the last item listed as forbidden in the vessel's rules of passage. A pet. That was really gay.
Good.
But why did he get it wrong on purpose? And then like he didn't argue with you. You just are like, no, it was this, and he's like, ah, yes, of course, it was this. Weird.
I think just the idea is that it's like he is good at deducing things, but he's just gonna be slightly wrong, but is like very impressionable.
Yeah. Or he's doing it on purpose.
Hmm.
I'm waiting for the it's on purpose. Oh, sorry, I'm standing for a second. I'm like,
He might just be an idiot.
He might just be an idiot, yeah. These sections, like, make me sleepy as fuck. Ugh. Ugh. Need that adrenaline before these ones. The trials are fine. Yeah, like, is he just gassing up his dude? He might just be a schizo. Anyway, so clearly, you aren't who you said you were. No, I'm not Grimsby. I'm not Grimsby Roylet. My real name is Nikolina Pavlova. Everything you said was correct. It always is. I make the rules. You absconded during one of your ballet company's performances in order to escape your homeland. Later that same night, you stole aboard this vessel. Couldn't have been easy. The Burya is a huge steamship with a vast crew. Could she really have... Oh my god, fuck. Could she really have snuck on board without being noticed? In order to obscure your true identity, you somewhat recklessly took the disguise of an old gentleman. You intended to sever all links with your past by severing your long hair. Yet to a woman, hair is no trifling matter. My personal recommendation is to leave it well alone. So, if it was just you about to cut off your own hair, Who was it that let out the scream we heard from the outside the cabin? Ah, that veritable tinkling of a bell. Why? I'm sorry. Why, none other than this young lady, naturally. More like a full set of pipes, if you ask me. I was so scared when I ran away in Shanghai. I was sure they would come looking for me. That's why I decided to, how do you say, disgust myself? So no one would recognize me. No, we gotta get Spencer back in here. She was ashamed of her Russian accent last time. She needs a run back.
Probably not doing anything. Their last day of work already happened.
Oh yeah, they're I was gonna say they're coming back like soon. That's
Yeah, Spencer is anyway. I just actually gonna stay a little bit longer.
When did Coco come back?
About a week ago.
About a week ago? Oh, okay. She bring any boss coffee back?
Huh?
She bring any boss coffee back?
No, she didn't. Sorry. Yeah, she came home about she came home Monday or Tuesday, but then they were gone the whole weekend. We were in Atlanta for a K-pop concert.
Nice. Where's the fucking adrenaline IV? I need a blood pump right now. Gotta wake up.
We got a blood dope.
I got a blood dope. Fuck, man. Ugh. No, really, I need to like this is. It is strange because it's like, this is a performance. This is intense. This shit's not easy to do. I'm sure it is for some people who actually move their body every now and then, but me with blood pressure that might be mistaken for a corpse, kind of rough. Reading also just puts me to sleep too. Though I don't remember it being too bad in the trilogy. I remember actually almost falling asleep during investigations numerous times. I don't know about Apollo Justice, though. But I was probably okay during Apollo Justice. Oh, maybe. I think it's just the part where I'm talking so much that I'm running out of breath is what's happening. I'm not breathing properly. So it's not that I'm sleepy, it's that I'm knocking myself out. I need to work on some cardio, man. The forbidden cardio. Ugh. Okay. As a result, you transformed yourself into that questionable old man. I see. I put on fur hat and fake beard. Then just before you came in here, I saw the newspaper. Right on the page, there was a picture of me. I was so frightened. I couldn't stop from screaming. I knew that if I didn't change my appearance completely, they would find me. So I decided to cut all my hair as fastly as possible. I picked up the scissors in my hand and... At that precise moment, we walked in through the annoyingly unlocked cabin door. Imagine getting some O2 tanks to play Ace Attorney. How much are they? That sounds awesome. That sounds nice in general. Just have some nice fucking air. I do like every night. You'll hear me in Discord where I'll just be like, oh man, I gotta get some air in my lungs.
That's what the yawnin's for, you know, just you gotta hyper inject your bloodstream with oxygen.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, things happen like that sometimes, don't they? And at that precise moment, we walked in through the annoyingly unlocked cabin door. Things happen like that sometimes, don't they? Things do indeed happen like that from time to time. Are those two even talking about the same thing? There's just one more thing I'd like to know. What pet you got? What exactly do you have inside your traveling case? You were right. It is my dear friend inside. My only friend in the whole world. We're going with it. Please, don't tell anyone. If the captain finds out, if you say to any of the crew... Your secret is safe with us, I assure you, until I forget and just tell everyone instead. But in return, you must tell us in as much detail as you can muster about the events of last night. Yes. All right. I will tell you. Well, Mr. Naruhodo-san? Wasn't it something, Mr. Sholmes? Wasn't it something? Mr. Sholmes' great deduction. No. I'm just not entirely sure what. But at least Mr. Pavlova, Miss Pavlova has agreed to tell us what she knows. That's incredible. Indeed, it is incredible. Ah, and one more thing. Oh, yes? What? Observe your wrists. My... Your hands are cuffed again. What? But how?
What a jerk.
True to my word, I have restored your shackles. When? And why? There's still a shadow of guilt cast over you, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm sorry to say, it can't be helped at the moment. Can't it? Really? Anyway, let's listen to what Miss Pavlova has to say. I can't go on not knowing. I have to find out what the speckled band that Kazuma-sama wrote about in his diary really was. Hey, check this out. Can I show you this? I'm actually a university student from the Empire of Japan, you see. That means nothing to me. No, why would it? Mr. Naruhodo, if you're determined to flaunt your Yume badge, at least choose a Japanese person who might recognize it. Now that's humor.
It's pretty good.
Miss Usato, can I show you this? Maybe later. Oh, I can show Inspector Hosonaga too!
Wow.
Hell yeah. Hey, can you read this? You're frightening the poor girl. Oh, sorry! I wasn't trying to.
Oh, look at her portrait that the hat.
Yeah. Very good. Wait.
Yeah. How old is Grimsby? Question mark.
Beef stroganoff.
Maybe Sus and Nina know what it is. Because I don't think anyone else is gonna figure it out.
For some reason, all these characters here, they have no idea. Not even the guy.
Yeah.
With the name. All right, can I look at your room, or do I have to talk to you first? Let me see. Don't touch, huh? I will tell you what I know about last night, but please, you must not touch my things. How do you say? Forbid it. Oh, sorry. As well you should be, young man. What vulgar manners you have. How old are you?
34.
34?
Fucker's gonna die like tomorrow.
34? 29?
29? Oh my god.
He's just
Oh.
like me for real.
Oh my god.
I too cough up blood every day after I drink the poisoned coffee creamer.
29? Fuck.
34?
Huh.
What the hell?
That's older than Orin.
How old's Orin?
Like 30?
I think he's 35. Oh no, I think Orin is like.
Like he looks
I think he's like 32. No, Orin should be like 40 plus.
You know, like I think Orin is like way younger than he looks.
34?
It's over.
This is a grown-ass man. What vulgar manners you have, poking around in a young lady's private belongings. Neither shall I allow it. Hypocrite. Damn old man, I hate you. 29? Hey, what happened? Did you know what? Did you know that someone was killed in the cabin next door to this one last night?
Murdered?
One of the crewmen told me this morning when I was eating breakfast. The man who died, he was a friend of mine. Oh. That's why we're trying to find out what happened. Did you notice anything unusual last night? Perhaps you heard a strange noise, for example? Perhaps people talking? Perhaps the ship was absorbed in a wild tempest. Perhaps its steam engine exploded. Perhaps everyone on board would have not noticed if that had happened. Miss Pavlova, is there anything you can tell us? I don't know. I'm sorry, but all I could think about last night was what I had done and whether they would find me. How old did we think they were? I'm going with, I was gonna a nice solid 25 for Sholmes, right? Just mid-20s. Yeah,
but not like.
But still pretty young.
But of an age.
Hosonaga,
right?
52.
Yeah, no, I was going with Hosonaga was like
a grown-ass man.
Yeah. 29.
29. Fuck.
He's got white hair.
he's gone and dying. And a police inspector already. Shit.
His hair,
He looks defeated also. He looks destroyed.
I'm curious if maybe this is just like they went with this number for Holmes here, because like that's just what his age is in the book series or something.
Yeah, maybe. Why is he so much more shiny? He's dull and dying, and he's just radiant. So is he. Wait, why are the men glistening?
She's different.
Hey, wait a minute. Why are the men sparkling perfectly, and she's just flat, no sparkles at all? Is this some kind of homo series? Yeah, wait a minute. Why aren't the women glistening? Anyway, I didn't notice anything that was happening around me. Oh, I see. Running away. You've run away from your ballet company, haven't you? The Nova Bitch Ballet? The Nova Bitch Ballet. Yes, I'm traveling to Great Britain, and from there, I want to go to America. Ooh. We'll never dance again. These guilty feet have got no rhythm.
Now hold on. Now she's going the long way.
Right, but she had to get out somehow.
Sure,
I don't think she had a choice. I will never dance again. I want to forget everything about the ballot. I will start a new life. You wish to forget. A challenging proposition when you have that striking tiara as a reminder. But the tiara is mine. I need it to live. I have no money of my own. The Novovich Ballet gives us only a little food and water, and we must dance all over the world. I had to run away. I had no choice. If I stayed, it would have killed me. They replaced all my little toes with big toes. Isn't that fucked up? So you ran away to protect yourself? Yes. And the crew of the ship, they've all been kind to me. They let me come on board and they said I could hide in this cabin.
And you betrayed their trust by bringing on a cat.
Or snake. If that is indeed the truth, Miss Pavlova, it creates a most intriguing conundrum. Yes, it does. What do you think about it, Mr. Naruhodo? Me? Oh, well, yes, of course. I think we should hear Miss Pavlova's explanation. What conundrum, I'm not sure, but... The conundrum. Conundrum. Miss Pavlova, allow me to pose you a riddle. Why did the chicken cross the road? According to this newspaper, it was only yesterday that you absconded from the ballet. Now that being the case, it must have been last night that you boarded this vessel. However, the SS Burya stopped by no port last night. That's it, of course! So how is it, pray, that you come to be aboard? Now that I think about it, the crewman outside the cabin acted very strangely when we mentioned that. It was just after we asked him about when the occupant of this cabin came aboard. That is not your business. Yes, you're right. He did seem to be hiding something. An angel descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to the stage. Sorry, what was that? It is how the Russian newspaper described one of my performances. And that is how I came here too. I descended from the heavens, because I am an angel. Considering English isn't your mother tongue, your description is very vivid. Mr. Sholmes once said, I never can resist a touch of the dramatic. It seems Miss Pavlova is the same. I said that. Yes, I said that, of course. A genius descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to detection. Words once said about myself. A quote from a wonderfully extravagant advertisement for The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, in fact. Yeah, Mr. Showy. Anyway, it doesn't look like Miss Pavlova is gonna tell us what really happened. Friend. The friend you mentioned is inside your traveling case, is that right? I don't think animals are allowed on board according to the rules of passage. Oh, please, don't tell. Don't tell any of the crew. If they found my precious... then the burly Russians would bestir themselves in unison to throw you and your case overboard, no doubt. Reassuring, Mr. Sholmes. But what sort of pet is your friend? A little puppy? It is, isn't it? Maybe an adorable little rabbit. Love rabbits. Ha! You credit Russia as a land with small rabbits, do you? Oh, don't they have small rabbits there? You may well ask. I have no idea. You two are miserable bunglers when it comes to understanding the nature of young ballerina's friends. Isn't it obvious? It must be a chicken. Really? Consider the benefits. A rousing wake-up call. Daily fresh eggs. When adversity strikes, it can satisfy the needs of sustenance. So you'd eat your friends? I'll remember that. Well, it would appear this friend's identity is a closely guarded secret not to be revealed. She obviously doesn't quite trust us yet. There's something I should like to show her, I think. Maybe she might be able to shed some light on it. Going with Cosmo's diary.
Yeah,
with the speckled band in the vent.
Speckled band, yeah.
This is the diary of my friend who passed away. His diary? Yes, and he wrote in it last night before he died. Something a little unusual. It reads, 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. Then a few minutes later, 1:35 a.m., what looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. A speckled band? I don't understand. It's strange, isn't it? But the ventilator he mentioned joins to this cabin, you see. Up there on the wall. In other words, this cabin and the victim's cabin are connected together. Oh! Miss Pavlova, has something occurred to you? Does the speckled band the victim mentioned mean something to you? Or the whistling sound, perhaps? No. I don't know anything. Oh. Excuse me, Mr. Roylott. Fast. Yes, what? Wow, she's fast. Captain would like to speak with you. You must come to Captain's quarters at once. Please. Alright, I will come now. What? Must leave. Now. Oh no, that's fine. Don't mind us. Yes, please, don't worry yourself, Mr. Roylott. Get out! The passenger said out. Or do you want me to throw you out? It looks like we'll have to leave investigating this cabin until later. What a pity. What a shame. I guess it's just a snake. So we lost our chance. Having still not managed to investigate Miss Pavlova's cabin, we were unceremoniously chased out. That is to say, we were quite literally picked up and thrown into the passageway outside. Alright. Got a to be continued.
Yeah. Maybe that's all the evidence we're getting. You know, it's
Yeah.
the case.
Where are we gonna have a trial?
Like the
A port we land at, maybe? I don't know.
Well, I'm gonna go with like they're probably just gonna have it at like the bridge.
Yeah. I wish we hadn't been thrown out like that. I wish we'd managed to find some clues as to what that speckled band might be. We didn't manage to investigate at all. And I imagine that we won't be able for a while longer. We'll never get past that sailor guarding the door. He got them cum gutters.
Yeah, he does.
Got them. They got them cum gutters. Cum gutters. He's clearly
Good
glaring
name
at
for
us as if to say, "Don't even think about it." Yeah, the vagina bones and the cum gutters. Oh, wait a minute. What is it? Well, what happened to our great detective friend? Where'd he go? Oh, yes, he's completely disappeared. When did he do that? He slipped away as quietly as the wind, but not before ensuring these were securely back on my wrists. I really wish we had a chance to look around in Miss Pavlova's cabin. What? Why you look like that? You want something? Maybe you want me to throw you out again? Oh, no, definitely not that. Next time I have to throw you out, I show you where lobsters spend winter. Understand? Understand? Maybe I should steer clear of him until he's forgotten my face. I don't think he'll ever forget your face, Naruhodo-san. Get out of my head. Get out of my head. Get out of my head. It looks like they're still investigating in here. Yes, on that subject, I wonder if Inspector Hosonaga is unscathed. What do you mean unscathed? I mean, he's gonna turn 30 soon. Surely you haven't forgotten, have you, Naruhodo-san? Don't you remember what he said about allowing you out of this cabin to investigate? He was going to talk to the captain about it. He said he'd lay his life on the line for you. All 29 years of it. Oh, yes. But I'm sure he was exaggerating. Let's see what he has to say for himself. He might have some new information for us. You never know. What did that say here? Are you sure we've asked everything we need, Naruhodo-san? Got a couple of new hitboxes. Oh, okay. That wasn't readily apparent.
What?
The fact that he was over on the left side of the screen.
Okay.
Yo, where did you go? Oh, sorry, I just went to the next door cabin to investigate. Why? Who gave you permission for this? Well, Seaman Hosonaga did. That new Japanese, was it? Later, I will roll him into ball and throw him in cold room. Woo! He's gone back to guarding the door. I hope Inspector Hosonaga doesn't find himself in too much trouble on our account. He's really gone out of his way to help us, hasn't he? When we get back to Japan, we'll have to take him for a steak at La Carnival. That could be a very long time from now, Naruhodo-san. Ooh.
What the hell?
You got his shit rocked. Ah, you're back. Inspector! What happened to you? Your face is... Please, don't worry about it. They're just scratches. Maybe by a bear. Made by a bear, maybe. When I told the captain I'd given you permission to investigate, he told me he'd pummel me with his fist and then toss me overboard. What? But the pummeling was over in a flash, and he must have decided against throwing me overboard. So it was nothing, really. It looks like he wasn't joking when he said he'd lay his life on the line if he had to. Well, thanks to your efforts, we now know a little about the neighboring cabin. Yes, so I understand. Oh. I bumped into a man claiming to be a great detective a little while ago. I think his name was something like Herlock Sholmes. I don't think he was German, though. Airlock. Ah, that explains it. Shall we compare notes, then? We can tell you what we found out. Yes! Let's do it! Cabin next door. What? Nikolina Pavlova? She's in the cabin next door. Oh, do you know who she is? Please! What self-respecting ballet fan wouldn't know that graceful angel? Oops. I think I upset him there. Well, that tells us the neighboring cabin is unrelated to the case, at least. How? Because angels don't go around committing crimes, do they? Oops. Now I've definitely upset him. Inspector, has your investigation in here proved fruitful? If I'm honest, there's very little more I can do. Our duty is to make sure the scene isn't disturbed. Ready to hand over the... okay, yeah. Our duty is to make sure the scene isn't disturbed. Ready to hand over to the Hong Kong police. So I'm just keeping watch here. Trying not to take my eyes off the job. There is one thing. I do have a small piece of new information for you. What? Yes, do tell us, Inspector, please. What is this new information you have, Inspector? It's this. The Buria's medical officer has finished his examination of the body. I managed to obtain the report. Oh. Cosmo's post-mortem report. Cosmo-sama. So what was the cause of death? Damage to the cervical vertebrae. His neck was broken? Yes, it would seem so. He got discused. There were no obvious wounds or other signs of injury. So at first, I think they were considering poison. It turns out they found no trace of poison in his system at all. Well, what weapon was used then? Motherfucker walked in here and just snapped his neck. Nothing has been found out as of yet. But the fact that there are no signs of a wound suggests it may have been a blunt object. Something that wouldn't leave a mark. Oh, I see. Fuck.
That wouldn't leave a mark that would break his neck?
Hands?
That's kind of a bizarre way to put that.
Yeah.
Because it's like...
So, yeah, like...
Because obviously you can break your neck a lot of different ways.
Yeah. You hit your head against something, your neck breaks somehow, right?
Yeah, yeah.
It just contorts the wrong way. Obviously, there's the... You see the people getting their necks snapped in movies all the time, right?
Yeah, yeah,
As a means of like assassination or killing someone. So it could be that. There was no weapon. Someone simply knew how to do it.
Yeah.
All the body's nerves run through the spine to the brain. A strong enough impact to the neck could induce death. It is a possibility, and no obvious wound would be left. I have a second copy of the report. If it might be useful, you're welcome to have it. Really? Are you sure? Yes, it's fine. I trust you. Also, no, side. After all, if I didn't trust you, I never ever agreed to you leaving this cabin in the first place, would I? Uh-oh, it started raining again. I fear for my power. A report from the SS Buria's medical officer giving the cause of death as a cervical spine injury. There were no traces or external injury. No trace of external injury or poison. Yeah, no external injuries. I'm going with no weapon.
Have you seen this pin?
Let's see. Was almost okay. Damage to the cervical vertebrae, resulting in instant death.
Instant death. Yeah.
So this is particularly strange, as this motherfucker seemingly wrote something. But no, he was dead. Put on the floor.
Yeah, I think it was pretty obvious that he didn't.
He didn't write it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a Russian. Like, unless it was like backwards and upside down bullshit, but like, it was in Russian.
But we now have evidence to support that.
Yeah.
His neck was almost certainly broken as a result of a strong blow to the area. But no external injuries or traces of poison, unless they're just saying there were no other injuries anywhere.
Right, like he didn't have like his head wasn't bleeding because like a fucking sledgehammer hit him in the head, but also broke his neck or something, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm curious if they're trying to say here that nowhere else on the body there was a wound found.
Yeah.
I'm sure they'll clarify that. The Great Detective. What do you want?
Did you show him the pin yet?
I would have to have a present option.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I can't do that just right now, I don't think. Maybe I can. No, I can't.
Okay.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes was here, was he? Yes. He seemed to be enjoying himself a little too much as he crept about on the floor investigating, licking everything. But then he suddenly left. I suppose he must have become bored. Did he say anything at all? Actually, now that you mention it, yes. Just one thing, but he practically shouted. It's shoe polish, was all he said. Shoe polish? I wonder what he meant. It was when he was over there, by the piece of broken glass. Do you see?
Oh, it is shoe polish. He's right.
Perhaps he was talking about this brick-colored mark, do you think? Yes, that must be it. And how could Mr. Sholmes know that it's shoe polish?
He licked it.
That leaves me cold, I'm afraid. I have no idea.
He licked it.
He shot it with his magic spray gun. What is it, Susato-san? Well... Kazuma-sama was wearing leather shoes with a very dark tan hue. Dark tan? Sort of dark brownish red, then. Yes, a little like the color of red wine, but darker. I often repaired them for him. Oh, does this mean that this mark was made by the polish on Kazuma's shoes as they scuffed on the floor?
So maybe it's just straight up he's fucking slipped and died. Slips on something. There's a speckled band on the floor that he slips on. Fucking his shoe skids as he falls, and he just fucking breaks his neck as he hits the ground.
And just pushes him over. That's a lot of shoe polish on the floor, though. Good God.
For sure.
But
But it might just be like, over exaggerated, so we can like see
Of course. That's really all I can tell you at this stage. I should return to my post. My fellow crewmen's eyes are boring into the back of my head. Yes, that might be for the best. Thank you. Poor Inspector. You look exhausted. Yeah, it's hell being 29. Oh, no, well. I feel terrible that I failed to protect Asogi-san. It was my responsibility. Of course, my pain is nothing compared to yours. You were his friends. The truth is... I seem to have had a heavy head ever since I woke this morning. Heavy head? That's interesting. My head's still throbbing too.
Right. It's not that just that Ryunosuke was asleep. He's lost time.
Yep.
He was eating dinner, and then he was in the wardrobe.
So it's clear that these letters were written with the ink that was somehow spilt on the floor. And they spell the Russian word for wardrobe. It doesn't seem to be an unambiguous pointer to you. It does seem to be an unambiguous pointer to you, Naruhodo-san, as you were sleeping in there. To be truly unambiguous, it should have just spelt out my name, don't you think? Well, either way, one fact remains. It's hard to imagine that Kazuma-sama would have written his last words, or word, in Russian. This is where Cosmo spent his final moments, writing his diary. I can hear a faint whistling sound.
The lobster.
We were on a mountain. Tip of an iceberg.
Oh my god.
Case closed. Let's kill Sholmes.
Hmm.
It looks like some sort of speckled band. Ian is writing here on this page. It's almost impossible to believe that he's gone. Kazuma-sama left his valuable clue, yep. We have to solve this. Ugh. We will. All the books provided for passengers occupying this cabin neatly arranged on the shelf. They were all over the place when we first looked around, if you remember. Oh yeah, you tidied them up, didn't you? You have to look after the ship's property. Unruly behavior in the cabins leads to damage. But it really wasn't me who knocked them over. Well, anyway, I feel much better now they're neatly lined up. I can't relax when things are untidy. It really is such a beautiful color, this glass. It looks like whatever it was has broken clean in two. But the other half is nowhere to be seen. And then there's the brick-colored mark. Shoe polish, according to that great detective you seem to know all about. I suppose it must be from Kazuma-sama's shoes. Maybe, but what I'd like to know is... how can the detective be so sure that it's shoe polish and not something else? Because he's a great detective, of course. That's hardly a reason, is it? These are the rules of passage for travel aboard the SS Burya. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects. Yep. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Is the pet, she's broken rules. Called it her friend, didn't she? Yes, although we don't know what form this friend takes as of yet. I'm almost certain that whatever it is, it's inside the traveling case in her cabin. Friend. There's more to this than it seems, I think. So this ventilator joins to Miss Pavlova's cabin. Yes, that's right. And just a few minutes before he died, Cosmo saw something emerging from it. Speckled band, as he described it. If only Miss Pavlova had been able to shed some light on it, but she seemed as baffled as we are. Yes. I wonder if she's telling us everything, though. I'm not sure. I know most people aboard would say the same about me, but there was something about that woman that didn't sit right with me. I think we're out. I think we gotta move. Ah! Look, Naruhodo-san. Let's stand up for a second. Seaman Stroganov is gone. Strong enough? The burly Russian sailor who's always crossing his arms and glaring at us. Ugh. All these Russian names are impossible to remember.
Boys don't know.
Boys just don't know. Tra-la-la. Did you hear that? It sounded like someone singing. Tra-la-lira-lira-lay. I did it the great detective way. This caroling. I know that lark-like voice. Well, never mind that now. This is a golden opportunity for us. Yes, you're right. We must seize it. Let's fucking raid her room. Definitely. Before that stringy knot crewman comes back. It's
Boys
Stroganov, not Stringy Knot. Uh-oh.
Let's all look at the door.
Miss Pavlova isn't back yet. Sato-san. Oh, where's she gone? Hey, what are you doing? Those are private things. There's not a moment to waste, Naruhodo-san. We must investigate as quickly as we can. I suppose you're right. For Kazuma's sake. Not just for Kazuma-sama. What do you mean? It can't be long now until we arrive at port in Hong Kong. I don't want you to be in those handcuffs when we get there. Really. Also, guess we're going through the Suez Canal.
They're 14 days into their 50-day journey, and they've only made it to Hong Kong? I guess...
They stopped in Shanghai. I guess they're making stops.
Okay, sure. I just feel like they're making bad time. Is like...
Yeah, they're definitely not making great time, but I don't know anything.
Sure. I don't know either.
15 out of 50?
I guess that's fair. You know what? I guess
50,
sure.
50 is a lot.
50 is a lot. 50 is a lot.
50 is a lot. That's a long time.
But they're yeah, it seems they're going the Suez Canal route.
We must solve this case, Naruhodo-san. By ourselves if we have to. Yes, we will. I need a standing desk. God damn it.
Man, I want a standing desk so bad.
I need a standing desk. Like I'm so gunched over, man, when I'm streaming.
No, like a hybrid standing desk would be so ideal, where it's like you have the seat if you want it, but
yeah, I would have to like redo a lot of wires on the desk though, but I would like it. Like every time I see Asdacross with his setup, I'm always just like, oh man, he's free. He's so free wherever he's standing.
He stood for 30 straight hours.
30 straight hours.
Or however long it fucking took him.
I think it was like 32 hours.
Yeah.
That's impressive. But you know, he's only like 4 feet tall, so you know he's less. I don't know how tall he is.
Oh, he was like 5'5". He wasn't tall.
All right, where are we starting? Panty raid.
That's what
Yeah, fuck
Sussy
it.
wanted.
That's what Sussy wanted. Naruhodo-san, are you there? Sorry, I'm right here. Yes. Why? Oh, good. I thought you might have climbed into the wardrobe when I wasn't looking. There's no place like home. Believe me, I don't have some strange compulsion to jump inside every wardrobe I see, you know. Well, anyway, I'm not sure anyone could fit inside this one. It's full of beautiful outfits. I suppose they're all stage costumes. I was rather hoping we might find Miss Pavlova's friend hiding in there, but no such luck. This cabin door is the same simple sort of bolted latch that our cabin door has. If the bolt's drawn across, there's no way anybody could enter the cabin from outside. Yes, it's not a particularly heavy-duty bolt, is it? But still, it wouldn't slide across of its own accord, would it? No, and the door is made of metal, so there's no chance of trickery using magnets to unbolt it from the outside. You tried. You thought! And it seals up perfectly, too, to stop any seawater coming in. So you couldn't use the method you told me of passing a thread through a crack around the closed door, either. I seem to know a lot of tricks for opening doors. I'm starting to see why they suspect me. Ah, yes. They're displayed in this cabin, too. Look. The SS Buria's rules of passage. Passengers must not... Yup. I suppose Miss Pavlova realized that she needs to keep the contents of her case a secret after she reads this. Her special friend, I mean. I wonder where her friend has disappeared to now. Probably having fun exploring... the ship, I imagine. I just hope Seaman Stroganov doesn't find it and throw it overboard. Oh yeah, so do I. All the books have toppled over together, look. Every single one. Do you think that's a god of the sea, perhaps? He's toppled too, though. It's exactly the same as the bookcase next door. The Cosmo's cabin. Perhaps Miss Pavlova was practicing a difficult ballet pose and fell against the bookcase? I don't know. Would she really be practicing ballet on the same night she ran away from her ballet company? Alright then. It must have been you. You lost your temper and knocked them all over in a fit of rage? Not everything bad that happens on this ship is because of me, you know. Well, anyway. I'll set them all straight again in here, too. I don't like seeing things in disarray. Uh-oh. Oh, well, okay. Surely that will be incredibly important.
That's snake milk for her snake.
Snake milk? Oh my. Miss Pavlova's case is open. It's completely empty inside, but according to the great detective's great deduction, she was hiding her special friend in there. Yes, a friend that she had to keep secret. Because you're not... Yes. I wonder what kind of animals she had in there. Jesus Christ, hurry up. And more to the point, where is it now? There's just a few books on the desk. Nothing else by the looks of it. Well, Miss Pavlova only ran away from the ballet last night. She's hardly occupied this cabin for any time at all. That's true. I wonder what kind of books she likes to read. Let me see. Yes. Yes, I see. Whoa. It would seem that Miss Pavlova enjoys reading books written in Russian. Thanks. I think I probably already knew that. It's rude to ask too much of people, Naruhodo-san. Kindly remember that. Got that sass. Gotta stay sassy in this world of idiots. I suppose every cabin has a waste paper basket. Shall we have a little look inside and see what's been thrown away? Naruhodo-san. It's poor etiquette to go stifling through someone's rubbish, you know. Oh, those eyes. She's looking at me like I'm a piece of garbage now. However, these are special circumstances, I think. Exactly, we have no choice but to look through her trash. There's hardly anything in here at all. Oh, well, that's a little disappointing. Don't say it like that. It would seem this teapot is empty. So the natural conclusion is that the Russians are a very thirsty people. Or because Miss Pavlova only came into this cabin last night, she hasn't had the chance to make any tea yet. I mean, it could be either. Fuck. Definitely that they're excessively thirsty. I'd lay 1,000 to 1 on it. You're rather obstinate, aren't you, Naruhodo-san? I wonder what this little saucer is doing on the floor. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's been dropped. More like it was put there deliberately. Do you think there could be a leak in the roof just above here? What? A leak? Is this ship quite safe? I'm sure that even if there's a little leak in the roof, it doesn't mean the whole ship is gonna sink. No, you're right. You're right. Of course you're right. She's really trying to persuade herself, isn't she? We didn't look at the vent yet.
Buzz!
So this ventilator connects to Kazuma's cabin next door.
Come on, there's a murderer among us. Just say it.
Say it. Yes, although what a foolish shipbuilder must be to open a ventilator into another room. What a foolish shipbuilder must be to okay. Maybe it's so that if there's a gas leak next door, the occupant of this cabin would notice and raise the alarm. Or the occupants of both cabins would die of gas poisoning. That is a poisonability gas. Wait, poison. Gas poison. Yeah, possibility. I don't know what I was going for there. Anyway, last night Cosmo wrote that he saw a speckled band coming out of this ventilator. There's one of these next to the bed in Cosmo's cabin, too. Yes, it's a bell cord. Can't resist. She barely hesitated there. She gave it a good tug, too. No, I didn't actually expect anyone to come. We didn't want them to. We're trying to investigate in secret. Oh, yeah. Okay. Did we miss something here? Oh. We can always just move and then...
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
The green text indicates that we have something like new,
yeah,
right?
It looks like we're missing something here then.
Just rub your cursor on everything.
Yeah, I'm trying. All right, Alright, big. Oh, that's fast. Big scrub. Can
we...
You're going over here.
Look at the milk.
Milk.
Before?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Look at the trash cans. The clothing hooks aren't anything.
Nope.
There's no one we can present. They're not we can present anything. It's just sus.
Book, lamp.
The books are upright. You already looked at that.
Got any other look around? Can I go up? Nope.
Under the bed. The bag?
I've been trying to look at this fucking bag, dude.
Yeah.
Can I point out something with the interface? Sure.
Examine the books again? Sure.
Yeah, but that would be mean because there's a check mark on it. But we can. All the books provided for passengers occupying this cabin now neatly arranged on the shelf. Yes, it's very unthinking to dance around inside the cabins. Tell that to Miss Pavlova, not me. Well, anyway, I feel much better now that they're neatly lined up. I can't relax when things are untidy.
Okay.
The text on the move screen hints where to go next. Yeah, I noticed this. She,
Yeah.
I believe that the Russian gentleman. I feel like we need to investigate here a little more. Okay.
Cool.
That was gonna be my next thing, was to check that text. No rats. Damn.
Because the snake ate them.
Oh my god.
Well, nothing here.
Yeah, it's gonna be like Five Nights at Freddy's. We're gonna turn over and he's just gonna jump scare us. Ah! I'll try and edit that in the highlight video because he does have the jump at you.
Yeah, where he's got the two, like, his hands up.
Yeah, right in front of you. Yeah. Hey. I'm gonna do it right now. Oh, it's Mr. Sholmes. Look. Wow. You never know where he's gonna turn up next. Do you? He seems to be stealing a look at something as he sings to himself. Did it in the great detective way. He's still singing. Do you think he hasn't noticed us? Or he's simply in extremely high spirits? There were times I'm sure you knew you're a bit off more than it could chew. Through it all when there was doubt, it's lucky Herlock was about. Excuse me. Solved it all and I stood tall. I did it the great detective way. Mr. Sholmes! Whoa! What is it? You want to fight? Come on. What do you say? Come on, put him up. Come on, put him up. Honestly, interrupting a fellow when he's singing, huh? And I was just about to reach the climactic finish. I'll fucking kill you. Clock you one, Japanese boy. You're only 2 feet tall. I'm 34, bitch. Oh, I love this shit, man. Sorry.
Oh.
I thought you were never gonna stop, so I figured now is a good time as any. I'll drop your ass so fast, you won't even know. I very nearly dropped you to the floor with one of my famous right hooks. Alright, I get the picture. How could you put those fists away? Mr. Sholmes. What? You seem to be examining something before we interrupted you. Ah, yes. That. I was immersed in the study of the ship's log, as penned by the stockily built crewman who's usually on guard here and whose name I just don't know. Oh, yes, the ship's log. Did you find anything useful from it? No. Well, after 2 a.m. this morning, the majority of the entries are blank, which means that there was something to report. Nothing of note happened, so that there was nothing to report. Oh my God. Oh, you truly are a student from the land of the rising sun. You've been utterly blinded by it. I'm sorry? Your logic, my boy, is inverted. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? Observe the other pages, and all shall become clear. It would seem the same crewman off-stands sentry in the first-class passageway. And he has an almost religious practice of recording nothing to report every half hour. He writes that in every 30 minutes. Nothing to report? Precisely. Put simply, the seaman writes nothing to report when there is just that. And yet, the ship's log from last night is largely blank. He didn't even write nothing to report. Do you mean... Yes. There were circumstances afoot last night, which led to the seaman being absent from his post. What kind of circumstances? What happened? Come on, tell me! That remains a mystery for now, but we can be sure something significant took place. So significant that it caused the seaman to forget his regular habit of scribing nothing to report in the log. These are important details. I would stake my life on it. You must log the ship's log in your mental file. Here, let me open your brain up and write it in there for you. Now that deduction was worthy of a great detective. Ah, you're starting to understand that what my way is, I see. What makes Sholmes so... what makes Sholmes? What makes Sholmes brilliant? This is an incredibly awkward sentence. You're starting to understand what my way is, I see. What makes Sholmes brilliance?
Yeah, it's like what...
There's this massive space here. Between, at the end here. He says a sentence and then has a leading ellipses into brilliance.
Well, like, he was sort of like posing a question and giving the answer. Like, what makes him, brilliance does.
Right. And it's still awkward to read though. Ooh! Ouch! What is it? You hurt? Oh, don't worry yourself. I seem to be afflicted with a throbbing head this morning for some reason. Nothing more. Huh.
They had a crazy drinking party.
Huh. Well, my friends, until our next encounter. He's still singing to himself. I can hear it as he wanders off down the passageway. Something wrong, Susato-san? You seem lost in thought. It's just... Well, I feel the same. Sorry? Ever since I woke up this morning, I've had something of a headache. Sort of... continuous throbbing. Oh, you too. That door leads to your freedom, the second-class area. It's locked. I can't open it. No, well, that stands to reason. No one wants to let the murderer escape. Gosh, she gave me a very stern look when she said that. Alright, she's gone, she's gone, she's gone, she's gone. Damn it. It's Pavlova's cabin. This could be our chance. What? Really? Yeah. Ding-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling. What the fuck is that? Shut down the engines immediately. Vessel sighted, 1/4 mile for. Full stop. Hard to starboard. All hands. Brace for impact. What the? I think we're about to crash into another ship. What? I can't stand. Susato-san, hold on to me. All right. Susato-san, are you all right? Are you injured at all? I think I'm fine. Thank you, Naruhodo-san. Looks like we avoided a collision. I think... Yeah, the ship has come to a stop. Oh my goodness. What about you, Naruhodo-san? Are you hurt? No. I'm fine. Hello. Is anybody in there? Shout if you need assistance. Oh, that sounds like... Oh, it's Inspector Hosonaga. Okay. Is that you in there, Naruhodo-san? Unbolt the door, quickly! What? The bolt? It's that flimsy? I suppose if a ship was turning.
I mean,
Yeah,
big
sure.
ships, yeah, the big old ships do tilt a lot. Like,
Yeah.
so that's not unreasonable.
Yeah, and also I imagine those they've mentioned how it's kind of a flimsy lock.
Yeah.
It doesn't have that nice like tuning. You know how like scissors are nice and perfectly tuned to
Yeah.
move against each other just enough. Huh. Look at that. The door's bolted. Did you do that, Susato-san? No, I didn't touch it. Everyone hit their head in the middle of the night when the ship turned. Oh, that's strange. How did... Look at all the books! They're just like they were before again. Naruhodo-san, aren't you going to open the door and let the inspector in? I better tidy this place up first. Our violent emergency stop had only solved one mystery at least. In a very vivid way. But I knew that what awaited us on the other side of the cabin door would not be pleasant. I hurried around, tidying up the cabin with a new sense of foreboding in my heart. What the fuck is happening?
Yeah, I'm curious if this is even gonna have a trial. Like, it might just be a whole...
I'm gonna bet there's a trial.
Okay.
I would be shocked if there's not a trial. 3-part investigation. Well, that's all we're doing on this stream, then. Somehow, the door to the cabin we were in ended up bolted after we made an emergency stop. Susato-san took a deep breath, then gently slid back the bolt. You! What are you doing in Miss Pavlova's quarters? Oh, you both look unhurt. Good. Yes, we're fine, thank you. What on earth happened? We heard something about how we were going to collide with another ship. Yes. It appears to have been a false report, though. How did that happen? There's a dense fog outside, so it's extremely difficult to see. Someone must have thought he saw a ship ahead. This person obviously triggered the alarm, and that's why we made an emergency stop. Everything's in chaos. Passengers are screaming. Crew are running everywhere. This first-class area is the only quiet part of the ship at the moment. Oh, I see. Someone triggered the alarm? Does that mean that someone pressed that button outside? Ah, you wicked intruder. Dressed in all black, you are the devil. Sorry, me? I've been called a lot of things before, but devil is a first. You opened my traveling case. How could you? What? No. We didn't touch it. That's right, Miss Pavlova. It was already open when we came into your cabin. Inspector. Yes? Arrest this man. I know he did it. He is a criminal. Is it not enough that he has killed a man? Da, and he is a stowaway as well. A vixen promises not to steal chicken. Do you believe? He's got a good point. That vixen's gonna take that fucking chicken.
Dude, it's fine. I'll leave him with the corn.
Take him away. He's a trespasser as well as everything else. Going away. Trespassing. Killing. She is right. You are devil. Doesn't look good, does it? There's a cell below deck. Throw him in. Tomorrow we dock in Hong Kong. Then we give you straight to police. Wait. A cell? Please, Inspector Hosonaga. Is there nothing you can do? This is a Russian vessel. I really have no jurisdiction here. After my last efforts to appeal to the captain's good nature, I think I'm out of options. This is terrible. This is a real crisis. I've got to find a solution. Immediately!
Consider not doing that.
Let me take a quick break right now. Yeah, I need a quick breather. Oh, it's raining. Damn.
Uh, bum bum bum.
Alright.
Yo.
Hey. Who the fuck we talking to first? Who we feeling here?
We gotta show our boy the badge.
You're right. You've got yourself into a difficult situation here. By entering this cabin uninvited, I mean. Sorry. I was just so desperate to find a clue. I'm afraid there's really nothing more I can do to help you. If I push my luck any further, a punch to the face will be the least of my worries. Really sorry. I have to take responsibility for giving you the freedom to investigate Miss Pavlova's cabin. Now this has happened, I'll have to report to the captain at once. Really need some help here. Need a savior to rescue me from this crisis. Please, just give me a little more time. I do nothing for you, except show you way to ship's prison cell. Thanks, but no thanks. But I'm innocent. I didn't kill anyone. In trespassing? In stowing away? Well, you know, man, sometimes life can lead you down some unusual avenues, and well, enough. You are guilty. Ship's cell is only place fit for you. And there has to be someone, some savior, to rescue me from this crisis. Pavlova, can I get out? Listen, I'm sorry that we snuck in here without your permission, but get out. How? We just need to investigate in here. Ugh. It's no use. She's not going to listen. I need to find someone who will... Who? Who will save us? Where are they? Oh my fucking god.
Holy shit. Oh my god.
Reminds me of that scene in Venture Bros where Hank's fucking the
Hair dryer.
the air dryer. Yeah.
Yeah. So he's just trying to dry his pants.
I know.
Right? Yeah.
It's like ooh, reaction. Oh, that one will be used forever. What the fuck? Oh my god, what the fuck are you doing up there?
He's doing his best to make me like him. I must admit.
He's unknowable.
Yeah.
He remains completely unknowable, which I like. But he doesn't radiate love like Dick Shoe did. Like Dick Shoe does. Mr. Sholmes? Naturally, I was analyzing what a weight of 20,000 rubles feels like on one's head. Have I not told you that as a detective, it is my business to know what other people do not? This isn't mere tomfoolery, my boy. Oh, no, no! Well, why were you hanging from that hook before then? Well, that was just for fun. Isn't it obvious? To properly assess the weight of the 20,000 rubles, naturally. I wish to determine if it would bend that conceited looking hook on the wall so full of brag and bounce. What? I never know whether to take this man seriously or not. Ah, you again. The great detective. Ah, Inspector! I confess, I've been looking for you. I have something to report to you most urgently. Well, you might try looking for me somewhere other than a hook on the wall next time. What is to report? Speak! An urgent report from a great detective can mean but one thing. Yes. The case of the curious murder that took place last night here on this vessel. The steamship Buria. Is that what SS means?
Sure.
Wow.
I mean, USS is just United States ship, so I'm not sure about just SS in this case.
Soviet ship.
Yeah, SS probably is Soviet ship, yeah.
Anyway, it's been solved. By me, naturally. Oh. What? Really? Yes, I have eliminated all other possibilities. No other explanations exist. So, allow me to illuminate all of your minds. For I am about to reveal my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case. Ha! You have solved it. Even Hedgehog understands this case. We all knew who was responsible for killing student boy this morning when we found criminal in wardrobe. It is this stowaway, and he has handcuffs to prove it. I didn't do it. Fuck you. The trouble is, there doesn't appear to be anyone else who could have killed the victim. Because as everyone knows, the cabin door was bolted shut from the inside. That means the culprit must be someone who is inside the cabin. Yes, it's what's called a locked room mystery in a detective story. Locked room. That is point. The room was locked. Well, I can't deny that. There's no way the bolt could have been drawn across from outside the cabin.
Magnet.
You are all quite They said no magnet, dude.
Damn.
I said no magnet. You are all quite mistaken. The cabin next door is not a so-called locked room at all. What? Oh yes, there was another entrance. The entrance used last night by the culprit in order to gain access to the cabin despite the bolted door. What other entrance? We never discovered one. Why? It gapes open-mouthed at you even as we speak. The vent, man. The vent? You think this is funny? I cannot even put my arm through that hole. That's because your arms are as thick as tree trunks. You're suggesting that the culprit entered and left the victim's cabin through that tiny opening. It's not possible. Ah, but it is. And last night, the victim even witnessed the intruder in the act of passing through the ventilator. Mr. Sholmes, do you mean... Are you referring to the words Kazuma-sama wrote in his diary? 1:23 a.m. I am certain I hear a faint whistling sound. 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. This is pretty odd, where it's like you see something dangling and he's just writing it while looking at it rather than like getting up and being like, what the fuck is that?
No, it's definitely pretty funny.
Precisely, my dear madam. But what does it mean? What is this speckled band? The answer to that particular conundrum is in this very cabin. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? There is a distinct element of danger. But fear not. I am ready. What I'm about to expose for you all to see will shock you to your cores. Behold! It's a snake. It's a big-ass snake, too. How'd this happen? Wait. The line's on his face.
Yeah, it's the snake.
Mm-hmm.
So he's already seen the snake.
Tommy, I think the snake coiled around everyone's head in the middle of the night and gave them a headache.
That's a lot of head coiling. That's a busy snake. This also implies that the snake knocked out Ryunosuke. If what you were saying is true.
I
Someone out of
mean,
the chicken.
if we're gonna solve a clown case, you got to think like a clown. That's all.
That's fair.
Like, yeah, they're, huh?
So yeah, so the snake knocks out Ryunosuke. Cosmo's like, shit, the snake just knocked out my buddy, puts Ryunosuke in the closet. And then the snake goes, you know what, I'm not done yet, and breaks Cosmo's neck.
And then writes a word in Russian with his hand.
And then writes a word in Russian, because he's a Russian snake.
It's a pretty big snake. Like, that's a fat fucking snake to wrap around a guy's head. That's, a guy this large. Allow me to introduce you all to the band. The Speckled Band. Snake. Indubitably. Gonna have a super cute name. Mr. Sholmes, just, one thing. Pray, what troubles you? Well, that snake isn't really speckled, is it? Looks more stripy. Wouldn't you say?
Fuck, he's right.
Yes, you're right. I think in this case, you'd have to call it the Striped Band, wouldn't you? You both see and observe with distinction. However, do you not think that is precisely the trap into which the culprit wishes you to fall? Oh my goodness, really? It's a trap? How exactly? I think perhaps it is time I explain the intricacies of my train of thought. Are you ready, Miss Pavlova? I'm sorry for the young man who died, but that is all. His death has nothing to do with me. This whole thing has nothing to do with me. There are two conclusions I have drawn from the facts. Number one, last night your friend infiltrated the victim's cabin. And number two, that same friend was responsible for the victim losing his life. No.
We're gonna have to prove the snake's innocence.
She's turned as white as a bowl of rice again. Sholmes must be right. He's hit the nail on the head. This young woman's friend killed Mr. Asogi. Ah. It looks like he can't speak with that snake coil around his head. How did the snake get coiled on his head?
I'm also a little unclear. Like, Sholmes is like, behold, did he open a bag? Or like, did he open the vent?
Did he just throw it at this guy's head?
Yeah, did he just throw it? He had it on him?
It was always on his head and we just could see it suddenly?
Oh yeah, it is camouflage.
I would advise as little movement as possible, Seamat. You wouldn't want the fangs of that long friend in your neck. So everyone, let us begin. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his Logic and Reasoning Spectacular.
Game is afoot.
Miss Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following. Do we want to do voices for these sections?
So like, this has been a pretty long, just in general, a pretty long investigation sequence.
Yeah.
Like, if you want me to read for any of these characters at any time, let me know. Like,
yeah, I'm thinking that we might want to do that. Yeah, God, how do we do it for the other games?
So the way we did in the other games is generally just like, what we ended up falling into was that we'd do like voices for the court cases, but you would just read through the investigation stuff for like
because they got long, yeah.
Right.
But I think for the trilogy we did. Well, we had a lot more people. I was trying to get more people in here, but all my friends hate me. Though Matt's, I specifically told Matt, "Hey, how's your Russian impression?" And he was like, "Yeah, I'll be there," but something came up. He's been busy. Yeah, I suppose at least for these, because this is still pretty long.
Yeah, and this is effectively gameplay. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's still like when we're just examining stuff in the room, nothing exciting is typically happening.
Right. Yeah.
So it's like I don't think we need to do voices for that, but here we might as well. Who do you want then?
It's up to you. Find another way.
Well, it's mostly gonna be Sholmes and Naruhodo here.
Yeah.
You want to try Sholmes?
Sure.
Go crazy. Just sound like a fucking lunatic.
Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following. His death is nothing to do with me. This whole thing is nothing to do with me. Yet, you cannot deceive yourself. Yes. When you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain. And it is that very pain, that evidence, your
Evidences.
that evidences, yeah.
Evidence is
your inextricable link to the
Yeah.
victim's death. Inextricable.
Extricable.
So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on that portentous night? Why, naturally, it was the friend with which you boarded this vessel, was it not? Ah, as I suspected, another telltale glance. Without a doubt, your friend is the writhing serpent we see before us. And yet, the fact leaves us in a quandary. The victim's written observations on the night in question tell of a speckled band.
Hate this.
Whereas, regrettably, this specimen's markings do not fit that description in any way.
Where's the other snake?
What explanation can we then give, pray?
What'd
What
she just
was
do?
this sight? She reached into her back pocket?
You pulled something out, yeah.
What was this sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night?
No, don't look at me. This has nothing to do with any of this.
Oh, but it does. You have the answer to this quandary even now. Hidden behind your back.
She loves holding her evidence out in plain sight. Fuck is that?
Yes! That which you are trying but failing to conceal can only be the snake's sloughed sleuth
Sloughed skin? Slowed.
Like-
Sloughed. No, there's no.
like
that's a
recently
G.
shedded,
Slowed skin.
soft, slowed skin.
Slowed skin. Huh. It slowed it, dude.
Yeah, is that the past tense of shed? It's not shedded. It's slowed.
Shedded.
Evidently, after that subtle and horrible crime, this most deadly friend of yours shed its original skin. No?
What a guy. Of course, you gotta change your outfit. I don't know what you're talking about.
Last night, through the ventilator visible in this cabin, your then speckled friend slithered next door. Using the bell cord on the other side as a bridge, the serpent silently descended onto the victim's quarters. In the dim light, it appeared to the young gentleman who was about to lose his life as a speckled band. In summary, the nature of this friend of yours, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a rare breed of snake, whose markings change each time it slows its skin. A snake so dreadful, we can only imagine it would be found in the deepest depths of India.
What are you implying there?
You ever read, Tavi?
Yes! I think that was one of those class readings at some point.
Moving on.
Does he fight a special snake?
Well, he just fights a snake.
Fights a snake, okay. Indian snake?
Well, it's in India, so...
Oh, it is in India, okay. That's cool.
Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter. The grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life? And why?
Why?
According to the data of which I have been appraised, it would appear there were no visible signs of injury. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. You know that's not true, Holmes. Now,
I don't know what he knows. Like, the guy shows up and we are immediately led to believe this guy is the dumbest person in the world. And then we're given a gameplay segment where he actually does have some semblance of reason to what he's saying.
We can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime.
Oh no. Could there be?
Yes!
Yes!
An examination of the deceased's body will prove the cause of death conclusively. The almost, but not quite, imperceptible puncture wounds left by the venomous fangs will seal the truth.
Might not be venomous, but also, you know.
Yes, the vestiges of the snake bite delivered by your terrifying friend.
But also, you know, we know this isn't what happened. This makes no sense.
There was no point feigning ignorance, Miss Pavlova. After the incident, you endeavored to hide everything, didn't you? But now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. That's right. You hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that traveling case. When we first met in this cabin, it came to my attention that your case moved periodically. Your serpent assassin was restless inside, no doubt.
You don't...
It is telling that the victim made note of a low, whistling sound that he heard minutes before his end. That was your signal, was it not? The sound you had used to train your serpent friend.
It should be impressive. To train?
Well, it's like a snake charmer, you know? They...
Yeah, you charm him to climb up walls and kill people in the other room and have them write names on the ground.
Indeed. You'd put the serpent through this ventilator and wait. After a period, you'd summon it back with a whistle.
The whistling happened first, excuse me.
You couldn't know if the animal had done its duty. so you would listen for signs of life next door. If the victim appeared not to have been dispatched, you'd release the snake once more. Do you deny the snake has undergone such training?
It's not true.
Having slithered through the ventilator and down the bell cord, the creature needed only to sink its fangs in once. And its venom would course through the victim's veins, ending his existence forever. That is the true nature of the speckled band that took the poor young man's life.
Hold on. What the fuck? Is that on my monitor or is that in the game? It's in the game. You guys can't perceive it, but there's a right above the H and the. I don't think you guys will be able to see it. There's a tear. And I thought no, you're not. I can barely see it on my own monitor. I only saw it there in particular because of the background. Weird.
There can be no doubt. My logic is infallible.
Time to fail it. Fall it. Well, life's pretty good for this guy. You make up shit.
Thus concludes Herlock Shlom's great deduction of the speckled band. And they should just start beating him to death. Like... Miss Pavlova has trained her pet snake as a killing machine. There, on the floor, you will observe a saucer of milk. The promise of food is the key to training any creature.
Incredible. You've solved the mystery. I mean, wait, yeah, no, you totally figured it out. Yeah, you did it. It was the snake, totally. Amazing. Your great deduction really lives up to its name. I see now why Herlock Sholmes has become such a household name.
My dear man. It was nothing remarkable. As the Russians say, I could have done it with one left hand. We all only have one left hand.
Can I venture an opinion, Mr. Sholmes?
But of course. What's on your mind?
It's just about your deductions before. Some things don't quite make sense to me.
Welcome questions as to my method, and will answer both loudly and proudly.
Oh, well, good. First of all, snakes are egg-laying creatures, part of the reptile family.
You are well informed, madame.
And reptiles, don't drink milk.
So, is that actually true? Like, could they not process?
I'm sure
milk?
they could. I'm sure they could drink milk, but you're probably not feeding them milk.
Milk. Yeah, I'd be curious about that. If reptiles can.
Well, so here's
actually,
the thing. You know, they're not a creature that's nursed on milk, so why would they want to drink it?
Sure.
So like, they're just drinking water, right?
No, but it's effectively just milk's effectively just like protein milk.
Yeah, that's true. Hey, I'm sure there's some snakes out there that like milk, right? But
Sure,
like,
yeah,
you're probably not giving the snake milk. It's really only mammals that like to drink milk, you see. So, I'm not sure it would be possible to train a snake using milk as a reward.
No matter. No doubt, Miss Pavlova used some other treat to encourage her pet to do her bidding.
The rats.
The rats. Milk was merely an example. The logic holds. That is true. Like, obviously she's feeding the snake something.
Yeah. Well, there is something else. Snakes have no ears.
Ah,
Yes, so I'm not sure it would really be possible to signal a snake by whistling.
but madam, what of the tales from Arabia? Have you not heard of the snakes that dance to the sound of a flute?
I think perhaps the performers play their music in time with the snake's natural movements? Dear God.
Naruhodo. No hands, no feet, no ears! These creatures are so inept as to be practically useless.
Don't take it out on the snakes, Mr. Sholmes. Susanna, what are you doing? Let the snake be the killer!
Yeah, it's like, Susanna, I'm gonna fucking kill you.
There is one other thing.
You have more.
Snakes use the scales on their bellies to propel themselves. So, I'm not really sure that a snake could manage to climb up a flat bell cord like the ones in these cabins. Oh, okay, I see. Veritz here says that, Okay, so, this particular part of the story with the snake here is poking fun at an actual Sherlock Holmes story.
Right.
And
right.
she's pointing out, like, these were all... Like, this was the mystery, was that a snake did kill someone, I guess, is the idea, right?
Yeah.
And that this is how he... Okay, that's pretty funny. So, I'm not really sure that a snake could manage to climb up a flat bell cord like the ones in these cabins.
Then it should try harder.
Please don't be angry with me, Mr. Sholmes. The point is, even if the snake had gone through the ventilator to the next cabin door, it couldn't have come back without help. What I'm trying to say is that there are a number of reasons why it's difficult to imagine the snake could have had a part in this. He's dead. I think, we need to step in and help again, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, no. I think the snake did it. Yes, we need to modify Mr. Sholmes' latest deductions and turn them into great ones. They ought to be. I had a feeling that was coming. Alright. Fuck it. Fuck it. Let's do it.
Just what I was waiting for. Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes. Right. Let's dance.
Nope. Naruhodo. So cast your eyes down to your wrists again.
What?
Check under your foreskin, Naruhodo-san.
You've done it again. I know you can. Your handcuffs are gone. Where did they go?
Fear not. I shall see they're restored after our work is done.
I wish you'd leave them off.
Now, everyone, let us begin. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his Logic and Reasoning Spectacular.
Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Intruder's identity. Alright. I'll just read these out plain until we get new stuff. So, Miss Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following. His death is nothing to do with me. This whole thing is nothing to do with me. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. Yep. Aching heart smarts with pain. She does have a pained expression on her face. Yes, that's true. She looks as though Kazuma-sama's death is weighing heavily on her mind. But you're not sure Mr. Sholmes has read her quite correctly, is that it? Could there be some other way to interpret her expression then? Let's take a moment. And really look very closely at Miss Pavlova. Like, get in there. Okay. A claw scratch.
Where is a cat?
Aching heart. She really does look troubled. Yes, it's hard to believe she's putting that expression on to fool us. But if you look closely, it's almost like she's actually staring at something. What do you think? Perhaps something, yep. Let's look at her ears. She has such petite ears among that beautiful hair. Like little pink shells. Oh, what's that? There's something dangling down from her ear. Ah, that's an earring. The crescent moon part looks as though it's made from wood. It's charming, isn't it? Women do seem to love adornments like that. In their hair, around their necks, on their fingers, even hanging from their ears, it seems. Well, jewelry is beautiful, Naruhodo-san. Claw scratch. Oh, Naruhodo-san, look! That looks like a very painful wound. It looks like a scratch made by some kind of small animal. And fairly recently, too. The giant rat hit her. Well, whatever scratched her doesn't appear to be around here. Present. Claw scratch. Timeline changed. Course corrected. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, the claw scratch smarts with pain.
Indeed, and simple observation reveals that the wound is fresh.
Miss Pavlova, did you in fact receive that scratch? Sometime last night? She's just a normal, beautiful woman. Like, we went from horrific English caricature to just pristine Russian girl. We haven't had many of those, right? Obviously, like, Dahlia was, like, exuding evil the whole time. You know, she had, like, the umbrella, the parasol and stuff that, like,
yeah,
made it weird. But, like, I'm trying to think, are there any just, like, girls?
What do you mean by, like, girls?
Just, I mean, like, a plain, she's just kind of, you know, just a pretty Japanese designed, girl or woman or something, right? They usually have something silly about them. Let's think.
I want to say, like, 'cause obviously we have April as one of our first ones. The girl from the guy who Red, White, and Blue's assistant or whatever.
Oh, she had like the kitty stuff though.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like the really loud, pink outfit with her tits hanging out.
Yeah. There's the flight attendant in Investigations that also has the gimmick of like she's asleep the whole time.
Yeah, you know, I would almost classify Rhoda. She was kind of plain. She had like kind of weird square hair though. Who am I thinking? Kaizen Ninja. Lana. Lana had a cool like outfit on, but she wasn't super. Lana like had her like police outfit on or whatever that looked nice. Yeah, she was kind of plain. Andrews? What was her name? I don't care if you kill yourself, says Edgeworth to her.
Oh my god.
Adrian.
Yeah, Adrian.
Yeah, Adrian wasn't too crazy looking. She had glasses and like a suit vest, kinda, right? And with her hair up.
With a collar.
Yeah. She was pretty normal looking.
What is we have a girl whose last name is like Bird something.
Yeah, she had all the feathers on her. I guess she was just wearing a hoodie.
No, I'm talking about the
not the cop
girl.
I am talking about the cop girl.
Oh yeah, okay.
She had the bird feathers on her. Shit. You think these would be etched in my mind forever?
Maggie. Her name is.
I wanted to say Wendy, and I'm like, no, Alex. That one is saved for a very particular character. Yeah, Maggie Bird.
Yeah, I guess she does have just feathers on her.
She looks pretty normal in Investigations. I don't know if you ever saw her in that. She's in the first case. She's just wearing a Blue Badger hoodie. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
There's the girl in the second case of 2, but she with like the weird hat that she like suffocates herself with. You know, she's acting all dumb the whole time. Yeah, but she had
the ashes with the lunch boxes. That made puns.
Oh my god, the lunchbox woman!
I can see your angle.
Yeah. What was with the lunch boxes?
Oh, there's the goth girl who is in love with evil Phoenix.
Yeah. God, I don't remember any of these characters' names. Fuck. Yeah.
Oh, so we have what's his name's wife, Mask's wife. We didn't mention that yet.
Yep. Yeah, but I'm like looking at them, like they all have like a gimmick to them.
Right, but like all the characters have like a gimmick to them.
But not this one. The one we're looking at right now is just a Russian girl.
Yeah,
Like,
no, this is just a normal person.
That's what I'm getting at. She has an earring. She had the hat on, but the hat's gone. Hell, wasn't there a Russian girl in this series already? We were just talking about this. She was fake Russian.
Yeah, we did have the Russian girl.
In Apollo Justice at the beginning.
Yeah, the first case of Apollo Justice.
Bravochka or whatever it was.
Oh, so we have not gotten to Clown Girl yet. Famous trademark clown girl.
Famous clown girl from 6?
I think she's in 6, yeah.
No, 5?
I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know. I know there's like I know in 5 there's a girl that has like a crush on Apollo, who is like sunflower themed, so she still looks kind of weird. Yeah, I know why Angel was selling the lunchboxes, but it was still just a weird gimmick. She always had them, even once her cover was blown.
Oh, hold on. Which case is it that, like, the artist is dead? And, like...
The end of Apollo Justice?
It's the end of Apollo Justice?
You talking about the one with Brushel?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's that's the end of Apollo Justice. Is the
because there's also the daughter with the blue hair. Right.
Yeah. And she was like, I would almost give her. She's on the upper level of the plain characters.
Yeah.
Because she was just kind of wearing overalls. That was it. She just looked like a girl who might sit around being an artist, but it wasn't like a caricature, right? I suppose in a way what we're looking at right now is something of a caricature because, you know, she's, like we said, she's Anastasia.
Yeah. I think we've named every woman in the series but Von Karma.
You know, so there's nothing normal about her. she's a special girl. Yeah, and I'm talking like witnesses though.
Right.
Because typically the witnesses are They're the clowns. They're the real fucking weirdos. Who else is Who are the women in investigations? Who was the... Oh, fuck. There was... I have no recollection. I can't even picture these fucking characters. I'm thinking of the amusement park one in investigations. There was a girl in that, right? I mean, there's probably a girl in all of them. Well, there's at least one female witness in all of them.
Give me 30 seconds.
All right. One girl at the ring pop. I can't picture her. Okay, all right. Investigations had Maggie in the first one. God, I'm already blanking. What was the fucking second case? No, the second case was on the plane. So it had Rhoda and Miss Cummy. I'm sorry. I mean Miss Cummy. My apologies, Miss Cummy. And the third case was the amusement park, where you meet Kay. I cannot picture the other girl in that case. I remember her crying a lot. Then the fourth case is a flashback that had... Oh yeah, obviously. And the fourth case in investigations was the flashback, right? It had the attorney with the weird laugh. Okay, Lauren Pops. I'm looking this up right now. Ace attorney. Oh, fuck. Fucking Christ. Yeah.
What?
Yeah, her.
Lauren Pops.
She's on the upper side of plane, I guess.
Oh, she was kind of weird.
Like, she's definitely weird though.
She was talking about a rock candy ring.
Yeah, no, she's fucking
to her with a piece of candy.
Her
She's
fat shitty boyfriend. Spoilers for investigation. Did anyone actually die in that case? Yes, the other person they were colluding with.
Yeah.
Do I like investigations?
I like Edgeworth.
I like Gumshoe. I like Edgeworth. I really liked Kay. I liked that Franziska was in a lot of it. And I like the ending of that final case a lot. Would you consider Mia plain? I'm not gonna count any of the main characters really, because they're gonna end up being a little more uniform. Like the weirdest character you actually get is Phoenix with his strange hair. I'd say. Like everyone else in your main cast just kind of look normal. Is there a female witness in the first case of Phoenix Wright 1?
No. Wrong with no.
It was just Larry and the guy who did it.
Yeah, because the woman in question is Larry's girlfriend who's dead.
Who died.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. All right. There's your Streamly recap.
Our review of all the Phoenix.
Yeah,
Wright
of
women.
all the Phoenix Wright women, we're gonna keep tally. We're gonna keep tally on
But I definitely see where you're like, I feel you with this, where it's like Pavlova is just acting like a normal person, not like.
She's got a snake, which is weird, I guess, but like it's not on her. She doesn't have a bird on her head like the last woman who showed up.
Yeah, exactly. I agree.
Yeah. She's not bleeding out of her mouth for no fucking reason, like Hosonaga was. You're getting all the tier lists when I beat all of the games. Anyway, when I think about the young man who died when I think about the young man who died next door, I feel so sad. And when I am sad, the pain from this wound is worse.
Peacock.
Only
And you
cock
said-
came through. You only said cock.
Great.
Cock.
And it is that very pain that evidences your inexorable link to the victims. Oh, right, he already said that.
Yep. So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on that portentous night? Why, naturally, it was the friend, or should I say fiend, with which you boarded the vessel, was it not? Telltale. All right, now what are you looking at? It's the writhing serpent you see before us. It seems likely that the scratch mark on the back of Miss Pavlova's hand was made by this friend of hers, doesn't it? Except... snakes don't have claws, do they? No, they don't. They don't even have hands or feet on which claws might grow. Oh, you're right. Well then. That snake isn't her pet. What is? What's the true identity of this friend of hers? We should follow her gaze, Naruhodo-san. That's where we'll find the answer. Spin and enhance. It's a cat. The writhing serpent. Look at it. The more I look at this creature, the more its stripes stand out. It's a very impressive snake, isn't it? Oh yes, it really is. It seems to be doing its best to squeeze this poor sailor's head until it bursts.
Oh, okay.
Yes, it's a
Right.
terrifying
The
slight.
cat's gonna be hers. This is just gonna be Beef's pet.
At this point,
This,
yeah,
like, that's why
totally.
He's got the marks on his
He
head.
hangs out with the snake. Yeah, that's it.
This is just right. It's just gonna be like we use it to kill the rats. Like it's part of the crew.
I kill. Yep.
it's like- it's-
Yep. And
Yeah.
he can't say anything. There's a snake around his mouth.
Yeah.
Yes, it's a terrifying sight. And slightly heartwarming at the same time. Anyway, it would probably be a good idea not to get too close. Anyway, let's check out this conveniently placed photo. I mean, you show up on the ship disguised as a Russian man with a beard. Better put the photo on the table, man.
Yes.
I'm not even examining it. Fuck it. I failed. I failed? You were looking over at this framed photographic print, weren't you, Miss Pavlova? Well, let's not be distracted by the print itself. Oh, no. It's the frame. It's the frame that is your friend, isn't it? Because it's so beautifully displays whatever you put inside it.
You should have examined the photo, Naruto.
I guess I should have fucking hit spacebar on it.
It was stupid to assume you could just click it.
Wow, I hate video games. Just following the natural progression of the deduction. Sometimes the truth hurts. Well, the truth is...
Well, the truth is, you're stupid and dumb.
Damn, our perfect run.
Reset.
Okay. Okay. I'm not reading any of this. This isn't my fault. We all know I didn't do anything wrong. Grow up.
Oh, it was a cat.
Yitty.
Oh, fuck. I thought you were insane, Alex.
I guess I'm so stupid. Look
Shit,
at
the thing was a bell. The fucking broken thing. It's the fucking bell.
It has a broken. How do you break a fucking bell?
I thought it was a bell. I was like, that looks like a fucking
No,
bell.
yeah, it looks like a bell. It looks like half a bell. Oh, look at the photograph in this frame. This must be something Miss Pavlova brought with her when she ran away. She is exceptionally beautiful, isn't she? Yes, that's true. But personally, it's the little black creature she's holding that's caught my eye. Maybe we'd better take a closer look at this.
You know what?
Oh,
Fair enough, video game.
I could tell it was a cat from there. Like,
Right.
Damn.
But what I mean is, this zooming in is what let us see the collar, right?
yeah, that's true. That's true. That must be a stage costume she's wearing. It's quite stunning. I should like to have something like that. She's wearing the 20,000 rubles on her head as well. Look. It's called a tiara, Naruhodo-san. And you shouldn't think of it purely in terms of its value. Oh man, that looks so fucking expensive. Damn. She must be a strong-willed woman to turn her back on the world stage and run away all on her own. Gibdi. Look at that little cat Miss Pavlova's cuddling there. Oh, what a cute little kitten. Could vie with you, couldn't it? Naruhodo, for the blackest outfit. A black kitten. From the look of this picture, at least, Miss Pavlova seems very attached to it.
That is a cute cat.
Very
Yes.
cute. It's a very cute cat. Without doubt, your friend is the little kitten we see before us.
Yes!
Yes.
The scratch on the back of your hand makes that abundantly clear.
Oh no. The whereabouts of this black kitten isn't clear, but what is clear is that you brought the animal with you when you ran away, didn't you? Ah! Darka. Darka is my best friend. I couldn't leave her behind.
Darka would appear to be a Russian blue. And yet, the fact leaves us in a quandary.
I didn't know Russian blues could be black. They're usually gray.
Well, I guess it was. Yeah, well, we'll see.
Yeah. Well, they pointed out that the cat had a very black coat.
That is true. I was gonna say we could have told from the photo.
And is named Darka.
No, it was a good. Yeah. It was all true. It was all true. The victim's written observations on the night in question tell of a speckled band. Whereas, regrettably, this specimen's markings do not fit that description in any way.
He's doing the low tier god, string him up and spin him around until they're dizzy or whatever the fuck it is.
What explanation can we then give, pray? What was this sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night?
No, don't look at me. This has nothing to do. This has nothing to do with any of this. He's got a weird hair braid, I guess, because it has the moon at the end of it. That's kind of strange, but...
Sure. Oh, but it does. You have the answer to this quandary even now. Hidden behind your back. Yeah, you already know.
Did you see that? She just took something out of her pocket and hid it behind her back instead of leaving it in her pocket. She just left it in her pocket. No one would ever have known. Oh, yes. Ploys like that are Mr. Sholmes' specialty. He's ever so cleverly forced her to reveal something. I thought deduction was his specialty. Or maybe making me believe that was a ploy too. Anyway, I find it hard to believe that's the skin of a snake. In which case, just what is Miss Pavlova hiding behind her back? It's a whistle.
It is a whistle. Or a flute or something.
Something. You looking at anything else on her? Her weird hair? Her? Alright, better examine it first. Well, it is speckled, and it is a band, but what is it? It seems to be soft and fluffy, a long piece of cloth of some sort. That looks like a handle at one end. It's a cat toy.
It's a cat toy. Yeah,
It's just a fucking cat toy. I think it may be a cat's toy. This sort is common in the West, apparently. How is that a toy for cats? Cats like to Who is... Sorry, I think I... Fine, whatever. Don't matter who I was voicing there. Cats like to chase the band around and paw at it. Kittens in particular love that sort of play. You only need to wave it in front of them, and they pounce to catch it. That sounds positively adorable. Wow. Present.
Yes.
Cat's toy. Oh. Yes. The thing you are trying, but failing horribly to conceal is, a cat's toy.
Precisely. And the true nature of the now infamous speckled band. And it was this toy that you dangled through the ventilator. You waved it around, I presume. Naturally, the victim could not fail to notice it.
But why? For what reason?
My dear boy, there can be only one answer to that. After her feline friend disappeared through the ventilator into the neighboring cabin, Miss Pavlova attempted to use the speckled cat's toy to incite the creature to return.
Ah. That makes sense.
In summary, the nature of this friend of Miss Pavlova's, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a blithesome Russian blue breed of a cat by the name of Darka.
Okay. So...
A truly troublesome feline young Darka is proving to be. She must be caged once found.
So who killed him?
Yeah, so I'm actually gonna go with that, I'm gonna go with that the speckled band is probably gonna end up being the tiara. It's like, she hides the tiara in the vent because,
Sure.
like, someone comes looking for it or something, right?
Sure.
And then it's like, Cosmo sees the tiara and is like, what's that? And then somebody goes into his room and kills him for it or something, right?
Yeah.
Or the cat did it.
Well, the cat did it. Or the snake did it. Photograph of Miss Pavlova and Darka has been entered into the court record. It was after I gave her food last night. That's when it happened. She scratched the back of my hand and then ran up the bell cord. Before I could do anything, she had disappeared through the ventilator. Damn. Darka. She is so naughty. Kitty. So is he crazy on purpose?
Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter. The grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life, and why? According to the data of which I have been appraised,
A
It would
prize.
appear there were. Yeah.
Oh, let me just skip through this. Fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. What Mr. Shom says is true. There were no signs of a wound anywhere on Kazuma-sama's body. That's right. Mr. Shom seems to be unaware of one very important detail. Kazuma wasn't poisoned. Yes, it would seem so. Let's give him the information he's missing now. Should be that one.
Hey, buddy, that's just wrong.
Yes!
Like, it's so wrong at this point. It's unbelievable. We've already ruled out the snake. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by the post-mortem report.
Ah, yes. I knew it was one or the other.
His neck was...
Indeed. The breaking of the cervical vertebrae is fatal. Only that Goliath would be strong enough to survive that. Huh?
Seaman stroking off isn't some immortal freak, you know. Well, I tried to kill him once and I failed.
The jury is out. Anyway, we have on good authority that the victim's neck was broken. Now, if we take that as fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime.
Oh no. Could there be? He's dead.
Yeah! An examination of the deceased's body, young.
Kazuma died because his neck was broken. In other words, he was probably struck by something. Or someone. Shattered. Yes, that's a distinct possibility. As of yet, no weapon has been found, though. Presumably, Darka didn't silently creep up behind Kazuma and deal him a fatal blow. I suppose it's possible that he had a fall and hit the ground awkwardly. Could have been a terrible act of misfortune that he broke his neck and completely by accident. Oh yeah, a bad fall could explain it. It's rather hard to believe of Kazuma-sama, though. He wasn't a clumsy man. Well, we need to fix this deduction somehow. Is there anything from the scene that could explain what happened?
Shoe polish?
Show him a shoe polish.
Oh yeah, and the cat bell's there, so the cat was there.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yes!
has to be this. Mark on the floor. Meat on the bone.
Meat on the bone.
Meat bone on the...
This particular mark, so prominently visible next to the victim's body, is a deposit of shoe polish.
Shoe polish?
Indeed. Positively identified by a little analysis device I constructed, which I carry now as a matter of course. Beeswax, tallow, and dye were my results. The undeniable ingredients of shoe polish.
And the color of the polish is a perfect match to the color of Mr. Asogi's laced leather shoes. Same as mine. Looking at this mark, it's not hard to imagine what happened. For some reason, Mr. Asogi must have caught his foot at that point on the floor and tripped. Please, no.
And, by a dreadful turn of misfortune, caught his neck against some immovable object as he fell to the floor. Yeah, it was just Ryunosuke standing there.
Yeah. Just shattered on him. Turns around, hits his chest. He's just gone.
Suffering a fatal blow to the spine. The victim's vertebrae shattered, and in that instance, he lost his life.
Every time, I know we've brought it up before, so every time I think about like someone breaking their neck, I think about that fucking scene from Scary Movie 3. Where they're all, it was like the tragic backstory of why she's no longer, or maybe it was in 4, but 3 or 4. And it's like the tragic backstory of what happened to her previous lover. And it was like a boxing match where everyone just kept falling over and slightly hitting their head on the ground, breaking their necks, killing them instantly.
Yeah, the movie that's parodying is $1 Million Baby, by the way.
That makes sense. I probably could have told you that now because of just I had no idea what movies they were parodying at the time, right?
Of course. No, I mean, I didn't. Yeah.
Is that what happens in $1 Million Baby? Someone falls and breaks their neck in a boxing match?
Yeah, so it's about a women's boxing league.
Yeah.
And at the end of the movie, she loses and then like gets mad and tries to like sucker punch. Or something happens, but like she falls and like because the fight's over and they put like a stool on the thing. Because the fight's over. And like something happens and she falls and she breaks her neck on the stool.
Right, breaks her neck. Yeah. So in Scary Movie 3 or 4, I think it's 4.
Yeah, 4.
Yeah, they all just fall on like a stool.
Yeah,
like 10 people in a row.
yeah.
That reminds me of my other favorite bit in Scary Movie, which is the we used to talk about this all the time. One, in Scary Movie 3, they're about to go fight the aliens, and he cocks the shovel and a shotgun shell comes out. And then at the end, Leslie Nielsen with "We're not so different after all," the aliens, and he starts pissing out of his finger. Fuck. Because that's like the shotgun shell in particular is like that's my kind of humor.
Yeah.
Like that's what I want to see. That's internet humor right there. Anyway, suffering a fatal blow to the spine, the victim's vertebrae shattered, and in that instant, he lost his life. No. I don't know. I don't know anything about this. Is that really true, Miss Pavlova? Pavlova. What about the evidence left at the scene where Mr. Asogi lost his life? Yes. Facts are as clear as day to me. You did all you could to conceal. Oh, that's Sholmes.
You did all you could to conceal the incriminating evidence. But now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. That's right. You hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that traveling case.
I don't believe it. Kazuma-sama merely tripped over, and now he's no more? It can't be true. I refuse to accept it. I know it's hard to believe, but the mark on the floor does seem to suggest that's what happened, and also, man, that would be really nice if that was true. For me, anyway. But, and if this part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction is right, Miss Pavlova is trying to hide some evidence that would prove it. Here in this cabin, somewhere in the direction that she had just cast her eyes. Where, I wonder? Let's have a good look around. The answer must be somewhere.
It's gonna be the cats in the case.
I even look into it. The case fell over when the boat tipped.
Right. No, yeah, it's right. That's right. Can you tilt forward?
Let's. No. I can only go left and right. Let's go ahead and just look at the traveling case anyway. See what they say. Yeah. This is where Miss Pavlova hit her friend. That's right. And it wasn't a snake after all. No, it was that little kitten she calls Darka. Not that it's anywhere to be seen now. It seems to have let itself out of the case and gone exploring. I expect it's wrapped itself around someone's head somewhere trying to make a new friend. Either that, or it's scratching their hand to pieces. The point is, where has it got to? We got the basket. This is a waste paper basket. Perhaps all the first-class cabins have them? But Miss Pavlova only started occupying this cabin late last night. Presumably, there's not much rubbish in there yet. Hey, there's a bell in there. Oh, what's that? It's a broken piece of glass, isn't it? Yes, it is. And I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. If it looks familiar, perhaps it's more than your mind simply playing tricks on you?
Yes!
Yes.
That's right. You had the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that waste paper basket. Huh. How would she
Here we have a fragment of some.
Why would she have half of this unless she actually killed the guy and was in the room?
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's just like the cat came back and the collar was broken. So it's like it came back with half a collar still.
Yeah, I guess so.
We'll see.
Yeah.
Because if she was in the room, she would have collected the whole thing, right? 'Cause
Yeah,
it's right
yeah,
down the
exactly.
floor, right? Yeah.
Weird.
Here we have a fragment of some intricate glass object. It would seem one that has a familiar air, in fact.
Precisely. We found another piece of broken glass on the floor in Mr. Asogi's cabin. And as you can see, I've perfectly recreated it in my mind with my massive 200 plus IQ. The two pieces fit together perfectly. Oh no.
So, Miss Pavlova, shall we consider what this tells us? Why would it be that part of this glass object, which was evidently broken at the scene of the victim's death, should be found in the waste paper basket in your cabin? You're well acquainted with this glass bell, are you not?
I don't...
I don't know. And that hushed Russian accent of yours won't save you this time, dear girl. Why? Because we have conclusive evidence linking you to the bell in question.
What?
Take it away, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes. The evidence linking Miss Pavlova and the little glass bell, that would be, the photo.
Yes!
Yes!
If you look at this photograph, you can clearly see that every time I look at it, it makes me laugh. Hanging from Darka's collar, the very glass bell in question.
The truth has caught up with you, Miss Pavlova. The young man who lost his life last night did so after a truly inauspicious fall.
And the cause of that fateful stumble? Cat.
The snake.
Your absent feline friend, Darka.
Darka.
Oh! I couldn't tell anyone. I'm sorry. Ouch. Deduction complete. Homosexuality increased.
Elementary, my dear.
Hodo.
Hodo.
Why don't you tell us now, Miss Pavlova? Tell us exactly what happened last night. It was a little after 1 in the morning. It was so late, but I hadn't had time to feed Darka, so I gave her some food. And then all of a sudden, she scratched me and jumped out of my hands. People do say that cats become very anxious and nervous in new environments. She was so fast. She disappeared through the ventilator before I could stop her.
That is how you acquired the rather nasty wound on the back of your hand, I take it.
Yes. And I had read the, rules on the wall. I knew that I was not allowed Darka with me. Yes. Modern science suggests that animals can carry infectious diseases. It's a precaution, really. So I listened and listened, trying to hear if there was some noise in the next cabin. It was very quiet. I was sure if someone was there, he must be sleeping. But
So at that point, you thought it's safe to try and lure the kitten back again. By dangling the end of the toy through the ventilator and into the adjoining cabin.
Darka always loves this toy, but it didn't work. Nothing worked. I tried using her favorite toy. I tried whistling to her softly, but nothing. She didn't return. I cannot nail this accent that I'm trying to go for on her.
You're doing great.
So the faint whistling sound Cosmo wrote about in his diary was Miss Pavlova trying to retrieve her pet. So the cat was just up on top of the wardrobe then, I guess. Like, obscured or something. It never jumped down? Huh.
Cats have a propensity to remain hidden in the shadows when frightened.
Yes. So there was nothing else I could do. I just had to wait until she had calmed down. But then... Huh. I nearly passed out with shock. I heard her cry out, and then... Oh, it was such a dreadful bang. And afterwards... Nothing. It was totally silent. Cosmo was. The appearance of the brown mark on the floor. It seems likely that what you heard was the victim stepping on the glass bell and tripping up. The SS Burya is a large vessel, but even she can pitch and roll violently without warning. If Mr. Osogi was already off balance as a result of the ship lurching when the kitten got under his feet, a combination of unfortunate factors could easily have caused him to fall over. But what became of the kitten afterwards? In the end, I managed to get her to come back through the ventilator.
Yet Darka is nowhere to be seen.
I must have forgotten to lock my case. And now she's disappeared again. She's just under the bed.
Yeah. Although, so if she didn't go into the room, though, this doesn't explain the Russian writing.
No.
Because it would have been one thing if it was like, oh, I wrote it because I was trying to cover up the fact that it was my cat or something. But no, this is over. Yeah.
And how did the door get locked? Why is everyone's head hurting?
Yeah, the head hurting thing too. Obviously, the door lock could have just been the ship rocking, like they.
And so could the head hurting thing, but it's still like.
No, the head hurting thing is like they all got gassed, like for sure.
Yeah.
Gracious, that cat is as insufferably restless as I am.
Well, he knows something about himself, at least. When I woke this morning, I heard that a young man in the cabin next to mine had died. But I couldn't bring myself to tell anyone what had happened. I was too scared. Scared that they would send me back. Oh, hold on a minute. What about the snake?
What about the snake?
You're right, where is it? If the snake isn't your friend, Miss Pavlova, then whose is it? Where did it come from? Ah.
Part of the thing, man.
What on earth is such a dangerous creature doing on board this ship? Oh, I didn't say? Snake is my friend. His name is Pirozgo. What? What? That snake belongs to you? He escaped from cage when emergency alarm sounded. I was looking for him. I did not expect to find him in here. Yes, how did that snake get into this cabin? But animals are not permitted on board. Ha! We are at sea for 1 year. You want to be so long without close friend, without someone who understands. Couldn't you find someone a little more human, who understands you better? Get gay with your boys? That's what you do on ships.
But my dear burly fellow, a gargantuan venomous snake. Surely you can appreciate the danger you're putting everyone in.
No venom. No. No.
Hmm.
Sony will not make deal. No venom. Well, did Sony finally give on all that? With the
No.
They didn't. They
Because
still own. They still got X-Men and Spider-Man as their movie rights.
Well, X-Men was Fox, which Disney has now. because
Fox. Right, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
But yeah, Sony had Spider-Man and Spider-Man of related things, right? So
Yeah.
they're still like another Venom movie is coming out.
Yeah.
The Last Dance, I think it's called, and they put out that fucking Madam Web movie. Is there?
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just,
Okay.
yeah.
The rose gold
Like,
does not have venom.
Yeah.
He is harmless, very long, but very gentle. He is adorable He is adorable, like Granny.
It's venomless.
It's venomless, but Snake is
milk.
the milk.
Pause.
What the fuck is it now, Snake? Milk Snake. What? Yes, now he is hungry, so he is in bad mood. But once I feed him, you'll see big smile. And you feed him what? Milk, I suppose? Ha! Like they say, they milk chickens. Ridiculous. Snakes that drink milk are only in stupid stories. Brosko eats mouses. Big, fat, round mouses. So, I mean, could you feed him fish? I think a snake would eat a fish.
I feel like a snake would eat a fish, yeah.
Snake's eating a fish. So... Is that what the mousetrap in the passageway out there is for? Of course! How else can I catch my friend's favorite food? Nothing says top of the food chain like the look in their eyes right now. He's defeated. Mind broken or NTR man mode. Your choice.
It refuses to drink milk. It can't hear a whistle. It can't climb up a bell cord. And it's not even venomous. What the deuce did something so inept and a starring role?
It's not my fault. I do not make up stories. My Peterol's goal is nothing to do with this incident. So that's what happened. That's the fucking truth behind my best friend's tragic death. Miss Pavlova. I understand the difficult situation you've found yourself in. And I do sympathize. Please remember this. A young man lost his life. If you're going to attempt to cover up your guilt with lies, then no matter what the circumstances, I cannot forgive you. But what are you talking about, Miss Mikotoba? What lies? Miss Pavlova just confessed everything. It was just a series of unfortunate events. An accident. Holmes is just smoking a cigarette. He's just so let down. I'm no great detective like Mr. Sholmes. I don't have a gift for knowing the truth. But even I can see that was not the truth. Don't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? To be perfectly honest, yes. There's a discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story. I'm sure of it. I just can't quite put my finger on it.
I confess.
It was me.
I was intending to let Scotland Yard deal with any outstanding issues on this matter.
Oh.
I am only present here for a very specific reason. The truth is, you, Mr. Naruhodo, are simply a distraction.
A distraction?
I do hope you've not been finding your shackles too uncomfortable.
Not again. Why'd he do that?
Especially as they're on your wrists as a result of my intervention. I was rather hoping I could resolve matters before we made our next port call.
You were, Mr. Sholmes?
Yes! But I overlooked one important detail. The deceased young man was a very close companion of yours. Was he not?
Yeah, enough so that he snuck me on this ship to go halfway across the world. Yes.
Live with them.
Cosmo was my closest friend. I owed him my freedom, even.
In that case, we must follow this to its conclusion. No further distractions. You must uncover the real truth here, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes. Whatever that may be. The key to this is the discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure. If I can chase that down, maybe the truth will become clear. Gay, gay, homosexual, gay. The truth about how you really died. About how that scene in your cabin really came to be. Alright. I'll see what I can do.
Excellent.
Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo.
So then, shall we begin?
Yes.
We should ponder first.
I'll turn up the music a bit.
Is the victim who lost his life in a cabin that was bolted shut from the inside? Was this truly an unfortunate accident?
Zooms in to show that there's something written on the ground.
Yeah. Or was it in fact no accident at all? That it was that
That
is what
is
we
what?
must establish in the first instance.
Well, we've already established it, haven't we? The man tripped over the kitten that had climbed into his cabin via the ventilator. Tragic, yes, but still an accident. Wait, let's just take a step back. It doesn't make sense if that's really what happened, does it? I'm going to have to ask you to spell it out for me, I'm afraid. Yes. It's starting to take shape now. There's a clear contradiction between the facts and Miss Pavlova's story here. The evidence is right here in Cosmo's cabin. It's undeniable. His death couldn't possibly have been a mere accident. Really?
Let us show our hand, Mr. Naruhodo. Time to present the evidence. The evidence that proves unequivocally that the victim's death was no mere accident.
Gotta be the writing on the ground, yeah?
It's writing on the ground, yeah. No.
Gotta be the fucking writing on the ground, yeah?
Yes!
The truth is clearly recorded in this photographic print. There's no way that Mr. Asogi could have left this message on the floor. That script. It's Russian, isn't it?
Indeed it is. The word written means wardrobe.
I see what you mean. Most people would leave a dying message in their native language. Japanese in this case. But maybe he was studying Russian. It is a simple language. He could have picked it up very fast. That doesn't seem likely. That's actually not the point. It makes no difference whether he knew Russian or not. Sorry? What do you mean? Exactly what I said before. There's no way that Mr. Asogi could have left this message on the floor. And the reason why is clearly explained in here. Damage to the cervical vertebrae resulting in instant death. Instant death. And even if it wasn't instant, he might have been paralyzed from this.
No, yeah, like,
This is...
he didn't write this, yeah.
No, he didn't write this shit. Ugh. Which means, after the victim fell to the floor, he couldn't have possibly written anything. Because he was already dead.
Like in Bloodborne?
Whose memories are these? That's not the only reason either. There's something else we found in Mr. Asogi's cabin. A remnant of something that couldn't possibly have been there if what Miss Pavlova told us was true. What? So Sato-san has noticed it too then. Putting this message on the floor aside, there's something else that gives the truth away. Another piece of evidence that proves this was no accident. In other words, hold up.
We're not there yet.
Okay. A remnant of something that couldn't possibly have been there.
I think they're.
She would have picked this up.
She would have.
Is that the idea? Is that what they're trying to say here?
I mean, she's not claiming she was in the room.
No, she wasn't. A remnant of something that couldn't possibly have been there if what Miss Pavlova told us the truth was. Oh man. But finally, putting this message on the floor aside, there's something else that gives the truth away. Something that was in there, something that was in there, something that was in there. Zoom and enhance. Form of face notes. Huh. Article.
I think it's gonna be the bell. I'm not quite sure what they're getting at, but it's like it's the thing that's the remnant of something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because the bell.
You're telling me
there...
this cat was in there for like 10 plus minutes without. Tell me the cat was in there for 10 plus minutes without Kazuma noticing it while being awake at his desk.
Yeah, I think it's the bell. I'm not quite sure what they're getting at. Because, like, you have the nothing to report, but that doesn't necessarily...
We're not, yeah, we're definitely not there yet.
Yeah.
I'm gonna hit this.
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure where they're going with this.
Because in my mind, this proves her story's correct, but...
Yes!
See where they're going with this.
This piece of broken glass next to the mark on the floor. But that's the glass bell the kitten had around its neck. We already know all about that.
Right.
It was broken in half when the victim tripped over the cat and fell. Right, but are they going to talk about how it's weird that only half of it made it back or something? Or that, like, not all of it's there?
Yeah, we'll see what they... Yeah.
So we already have a satisfactory explanation. Where's the flaw in that logic?
God, we're stupid Phoenix Wright NPCs, Alex. We can't see the...
Right, but this is when Shu Takami's at his best.
Yeah, I know,
Is when we go, what the fuck is this jump I have to make?
Yeah. I know. It's just kind of funny.
Unfortunately, there is a very big flaw. A fatal flaw. What? If that's really what happened, then how did one half of the bell end up in here? Ah. Yes. Remember that we found the other half of the glass bell in the waste paper basket. Would you care to explain that, Miss Pavlova? Oh no. Both these pieces of evidence clearly point to the same conclusion. That when Mr. Asogi died last night in his cabin, there was someone else in the room. And that same person deliberately arranged the scene to disguise the truth, in order to cover up his or her own guilt. Yeah. Yes. There was someone else present in Mr. Asogi's... You are wasting time. Someone else was there. Duh, of course, we know this. What are you talking about? Bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. There was no way in or out. Oh, yes. And the only other person in cabin when young student died was you.
Yes!
It's true. I was in the cabin when it happened.
You were shut inside the cabin wardrobe, to be precise, about the details.
But I don't know Russian. There's no way I would have left that message.
Not would have. There's no way you could have left that message. To be precise about the details.
Thing was on the door. Would you mind?
Oh, forgive me, my dear fellow.
as I was saying, the person in question wrote the word wardrobe in Russian on the floor in an attempt to incriminate me for the crime, even though I had been asleep in there the entire time. And then the same person picked up the broken glass bell that had fallen to the floor. And for fear of it becoming evidence, that would show how Mr. Asogi really died. For fear of it becoming evidence, that would show how Mr. Asogi really died. But why would this person have taken... But why wouldn't this person have taken all the pieces of the bell away? Leaving half behind was always going to raise questions. Yes. Well,
1 o'clock in the early hours of the morning. The cabin would have been quite dark. The single, small lamp suspended from the ceiling would barely have cast any light onto the floor there. Little wonder, then, that the culprit failed to notice a fragment of the tiny item. So...
You all suspect me, don't you?
I think that's actually a bit of an inconsistency. They established that these rooms didn't have windows. So the fact that it's 1 a.m. or 3 p.m. shouldn't affect the lighting of the room.
No.
But whatever.
As it's perfectly lit in here right now in the middle of the day. I don't know.
Exactly.
I don't know.
Yeah,
maybe there is maybe there's like a window, but it's, you know, high up and thin or something. I don't know.
Yeah, but yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. It's kind of funny.
Seaman Stroganoff. Nina is woman of sea. She is daughter of strong sailor. 2 years ago, they noticed her dancing skills and she went away to join ballet company. But before, she was dancer on this ship, a member of ship's band. You do not accuse Ship's Angel of being criminal. Oh, so that's it. You say that when young student died, Nina was there, in his cabin. But that is not possible. I give my tooth.
Well, this is almost interesting. Why would you give your tooth, pray? How could you be so sure?
You are a great detective, you should know. Look truth in the eyes. Cabin bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. Nobody go into cabin. Not Nina. Not anyone. Or do you want to tell me that killer can walk through locked doors? Niet! It's impossible. Ah, he's right. The books that fell over. Ryunosuke, the books that fell over. It's a work. Once you find it out, they're all gonna kill you. There's no winning this one. But wait, I've read about this in detective stories. Yeah, people often tie thread around door latches so they can open and close them from the outside. Thread? Are you stupid? These bulkheads are not barn doors.
Certainly not. These are watertight doors, as one would expect to find on any modern steamship. Constructed of heavy steel, with not a gap in sight. No threads or needles or magnets could have been used.
No. No, of course not. I thought so too. Like, they keep saying this, and I'm like, I mean, you could get a really long thread, go into the room, kill the guy, throw the thread through the ventilator while it's tied onto the door, and then yank it off, right?
That's true, that's true.
It'd be precarious, but probably do it. I mean, well, you see, you gotta nail a doll onto the wall, and then through its eye sockets, you have to thread the string. Okay.
Right.
Yeah. That's just you have to do it that way, and no one did, so it can't be a locked room mystery. All right. Or you gotta have the body wound up, and you gotta spin it enough times with the katana stabbed through the chest. But that's not what we're dealing with here. But Mr. Naruhodo suggested it earlier, so... Susato-san, how could you shift it onto me like that? So Seaman Stroganov has a valid point. The cabin door couldn't have been bolted shut from the outside.
Not necessarily.
What?
I put it to you that I could bolt this cabin door without laying a finger on it. And in this very cabin, we can see the traces of the method I have in mind, having been used before.
I don't believe it.
Well, Mr. Naruhodo, I believe you know what I mean, don't you?
A way to shut the bolt of the cabin door from the outside. One way does spring to mind, yes. Do you really know what Mr. Sholmes means, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. So should you. Because we've seen it happen.
Indeed we have. So, would you care to do the honors, Mr. Naruhodo?
Where are we gonna go hit the alarm?
Yeah.
Point out the telling signs of the method that was used to slide the cabin door bolt across from the outside. There it is.
Yes.
Right there. Look at the bookcase. See how all the books and things on it have toppled over? That must have happened when the ship made its emergency stop before. Yes, that's right. It's a very powerful vessel after all. When the engines are thrown into reverse, a violent jolt goes across the entire ship. Any small objects that aren't fastened down are bound to fall over. I believe... yes. It's what's known as the force of inertia acting on the objects. Is there nothing Susato-san doesn't know? Or that isn't in her book, at least? Well, whatever it's called, the same force that pushed over those books on the bookcase also made something else in this cabin move. The bolt on the cabin door. It was very obvious just after the emergency stop that the ship made earlier. We had come into this cabin not long before, and we hadn't bolted the door. But then... sounds like Inspector Hosonaga. Oh, yes! That's it! When the ship stopped suddenly, the bolt flew across and locked the door. Yes. It's made out of metal, but it's small and light enough to be moved by the ship's sudden change of speed. Or the force of ineptia, if you want to call it that. Are you trying to say that last night, after Mr. Asogi was killed... the SS Burya made another emergency stop? When I woke up this morning and looked around the cabin, I thought it looked a little odd. All the books on the shelves had toppled over, and all the ornaments. It was almost as if someone had run their hand across the shelves and deliberately knocked everything over. Oh yes, I remember that. And I stood them all up again, didn't I? Then we came into this cabin. We were surprised to see the same thing in here. All the books and everything had toppled over, just like in Mr. Asogi's cabin. Oh my! Do you have anything to say about this, Miss Pavlova? Are you out of your mind? You say Burya made emergency stop? It does seem a little far-fetched. How could that have possibly happened? Unless you're saying that the culprit is actually someone from the engine room.
Oh, it is shrimple enough.
Get it? Because we're out on sea and the shrimp reside in the water, you know.
It is not as impossible as a shrimp whistling on top of a mountain.
Good one, Holmes.
Are you forgetting the button in the passageway outside? Used to trigger the emergency alarm?
But why wouldn't everyone wake up?
They all hit their heads and got headaches.
Possible.
Both stopped and they all banged their heads on the wall at the same time.
Like, hopefully, that's the best explanation.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, of course. There was a notice, wasn't there? Telling you only to press the button in times of an emergency.
On dark nights, when the fog is dense, the captain cannot afford to rely on the eyes of his lookout alone. Hence, the placement of a number of buttons around the vessel to allow any crewman to raise the alarm. The sort of button one is almost compelled to press to satisfy one's curiosity.
Wait. It was you?
The button is pressed. Two things happen in the interest of safety. The emergency alarm bell rings, and the vessel comes to a complete stop. As indeed it did a little earlier today.
Mr. Sholmes, surely it wasn't you who...
As I always say, a button has but one purpose in life. To be pressed, whatever the occasion.
I kneel. I take it all back. He's based. He sounds almost proud of himself. How dare you mess with ship? I report you to Captain. You are in much trouble now.
Now, I'm sure all that can wait until later. Let's not overlook the fact that we have now learned a valuable lesson. When the vessel makes an emergency stop, the bolts on the cabin doors slide closed. So, what we must now consider...
Yes, it all comes down to one thing now. Last night, after what happened to Mr. Asogi, did the ship make an emergency stop, or did it not? Okay, sorry, this confused me for a second. So, Sholmes hit the one that happened just, like, recently.
Yeah, like 20 minutes.
Yeah, the way they were talking about, I'm like, wait, you did this in the middle of the night? Hold up, you're ruining everything here, man.
No,
okay, yeah.
This one just happened, and really he was testing it to see if it would lock the doors, right?
Yeah, hopefully. He remains unknowable.
Yeah.
You are idiots! Bury a huge ship with many passengers. If we make emergency stop, even in middle of night, there would be chaos everywhere!
What are your thoughts, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well... it's certainly possible that some kind of emergency happened last night. We have evidence to support that idea. Really? What evidence, Mr. Naruhodo-san?
He didn't write out clear at 2 a.m.
Yep. Fascinating.
Ooh, fascinating. Do show us, my good man. What evidence promotes the theory that some emergency gripped this vessel last night? Take that.
Yes!
Yes! Seaman Stroganov. It's your duty to patrol the first-class area of the ship, isn't that right? Da, that is correct. Why? And the ship's log here. This would be where you record the details of your duties. What are you doing with that? That is mine!
You rather carelessly left it atop the little makeshift bureau in the passageway out there. But as responsible passengers, we took it into our care with a mind to return it to you later.
I left it there on purpose! That is where I put it always! The point is, looking at what you usually record, it's clear that under normal circumstances, you write the phrase, "nothing to report," every 30 minutes. But from 2 o'clock last night until first light this morning, nothing was recorded at all. Nothing recorded in the log. That is... Duh, because nothing happened. But if nothing happened, you would normally write nothing to report, wouldn't you? Oh.
Indeed so. Which tells us that shortly after 2 a.m., something happened. Here aboard the SS Bureau. Something sufficiently significant to make you forget to fill in the ship's log, in fact.
Are you suggesting that the ship really did make an emergency stop in the middle of the night? Stop talking rubbish. If I'm perfectly honest, I find that a little hard to believe myself. Oh? Why? Well, because if something as major as an emergency stop really happened, surely all of us would have noticed. That's very true. Thanks to the emergency stop we experienced earlier, we all know what it feels like now. The ship lurched so violently, and the alarm bell was so loud. I can't imagine that anybody would sleep through that, even if it happened in the dead of night. Well, no. That's a good point.
What of the throbbing?
I can help you with that.
All this talk of semen and stroking off
has had me throbbing this whole time. He's so unfuckable, dude. Sorry? What do you mean?
You're a head man.
Your head, man.
I need it.
The throbbing of your head since this morning.
The throbbing of your head since this morning. We have all suffered with it.
Oh, yes, I've had a headache, you're right. In fact, I haven't been feeling myself since I woke up today. Nor have I.
As we all know, when an alarm goes off in the middle of the night, you don't wake up, you just get a headache.
Please no.
Please
no.
I'm a little scared.
Please don't do that. Please don't fucking do that. My head has been feeling heavy ever since dawn.
Yes, you've all been afflicted, haven't you? Just as I suspected.
I'm bracing myself.
Dude, here's the thing. Japanese people don't sleep, so they don't understand. Alarms actually do.
He's right. My head's been throbbing today, too. And since eating dinner yesterday evening, everything has felt sort of hazy.
Oh, is their dinner drugged?
This I can buy.
You can buy that their dinner was drugged, yeah.
I can't really remember anything that happened after I climbed back inside the wardrobe. Then the first thing I noticed this morning was the throbbing pain in my head. I had already been dragged out of the wardrobe. And had those handcuffs put on me by that point. Right, like, he was knocked out by something. There's no way he wouldn't have woken up from...
Yeah.
You know... If I was sleeping uncomfortably in a wardrobe, Hell, not even at that point. We didn't even know that happened at that point. It's just fucking wardrobe gets opened, handcuffs are put on you. There's 4 people in a room standing there. You're waking up.
Yeah.
Why didn't I wake up when all that was happening to me?
Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo. You boarded this vessel as a stowaway, didn't you?
No. Oh, well, yes. Sorry.
The stowaway class of accommodation doesn't usually include meals. What did you survive on?
Well, Cosmo looked after me. He was always happy to share his meals.
So, you enjoyed some of the whole roast chicken dish that was served yesterday evening, I take it?
Yes, in fact. I had all of that. Cosmo wasn't fond of chicken.
Cosmo didn't eat the chicken.
No, he did not.
Oh, really? So the victim didn't eat any of the chicken at all?
That's right. He didn't touch it. Is that relevant? They wanted to steal something from their room.
Well, fucking Hosonaga almost mentioned that there was a political assassination. He was there to protect them because they were worried something like this was going to happen.
Yeah. Yeah.
It might have just been they just needed to kill him.
Yeah.
My dear fellow, does that not strike you?
Mr. Sholmes, do you mean to say that there was something wrong with the chicken?
I do.
No. Really? Is that really true?
The meal prepared for the passengers last night had been tampered with. Tampered with by the addition of a soporific, designed to induce a very deep slumber in those who consumed it.
A sleeping drug. Do you mean whoever did this laced every meal with a sleeping drug so no one would notice the ship's emergency stop? Mr. Naruhodo! Of course that's not what Mr. Sholmes means. What a far-fetched idea.
Precisely. This is kind of funny. When he's like dead on, she didn't believe him. But when he was like spouting nonsense, she was like, his deductions. Lacing every meal of every passenger on board with a soporific drug would certainly be impossible. Unless, that is, every single member of the crew was a conspirator.
It's a good way to get killed.
This is a great way to get killed.
It is a really good way to get killed.
Well, steaming. I'm sorry to say that any more deception in this matter will get you nowhere. If you refuse to talk, there would have to be an inquiry made through the shipping company, of course. And were that to happen, every member of the crew, and the captain himself, would be hauled over the coals. For aiding and abetting a renegade.
Please. No more. I will tell everything. I cannot make problems like this for everyone anymore.
These crewmen are your former comrades, I believe.
Yes. So when I decided to run away, I asked them to help me. We all agreed to help. Everyone. Together. We threw away everything. For fame in the ballet. Mother Russia. We wanted to help our angel. I don't believe it. You are right. We put sleeping drug in chicken last night. Yes, I remember now. I did notice chewing on a lump of something strange and bitter at one point, but you know, we just eat the bones in the 1900s, so... We could not make all drug. How do you say, dissolve? Talk about heavy seasoning. At midnight, in waters near Shanghai, we brought our angel on board. She was helped by comrade on shore with small fishing boat.
While all the passengers of the SS Bria slept soundly, thanks to the almost magical effects of the slumber-inducing potion their evening meals had contained.
So if that's what happened, the only people awake on the ship last night were the crew, people who dislike chicken, and the newly boarded passenger, Miss Pavlova. That means it would have been possible for you. You could have used the emergency stop trick to lock Kazuma's cabin's door.
The emergency stop trick.
You just had to go through with it, didn't you?
I had to go through with it.
What a waste it would have been.
We already drugged everybody, so we gotta do it now.
But how does that make sense? Surely every cabin door would have ended up locked in that case, and there would have been complete chaos.
Oh, I wouldn't say so.
What? Of course. Just like us. All the other passengers would have eaten their evening meal of chicken in their cabins. After which they would have been overwhelmed by tiredness because of the sleeping drug.
Quite. And accordingly, all passengers were already in their cabins for the night.
Yes!
The overwhelming majority of passengers would habitually sleep with their cabin doors bolted anyway.
Yeah, and they're in there at like, 7 p.m. 1900s.
Yeah,
You're asleep. What else are you gonna do on the boat?
Yeah, no, you're...
Sun's down. Get to bed.
Yeah, sun's down, get to bed, and if you had trouble sleeping on the boat, the sleeping pills would take care of that. Like,
Yep.
You're asleep. And so, not one of them would have found it remarkable to find the door locked in the morning. In summary, in order to fasten the bolt of a single cabin door on the ship, the culprit brought the entire vessel to an emergency stop in the early hours of the morning.
You have talked long time and said many things. What is point?
The point is what I said earlier. There was somebody else present on the scene when the victim lost his life last night. Someone who left a message in Russian on the floor in an attempt to incriminate another. Someone who tried desperately to hide the broken fragments of glass that would reveal the culprit's identity. And someone who abused the ship's emergency stop procedure in order to lock a door. All told, a busy night.
But... I don't know about any of this. I am just a little girl. You like to speak with your long English words and explain your clever ideas and talk about your Jesus Christ, but I am sailor. And sailors don't listen to long, boring stories. We don't believe. Sailors like me, we trust only what we see with our eyes.
A laudable trait.
What?
I am quite of the same disposition, my good man. Observation is to me is everything. Mr. Naruhodo,
Oh, yes.
do you hear it? That accusatory cry of guilt on the wind.
I smell it. What accusatory cry of guilt. Sorry, you've lost me.
Proof of involvement, man.
Proof
You
of
can't
involvement, man. That's how I read it every time I see the man.
But you can't hear such a call with your ears. No. You must hear it with your eyes.
Are you high?
For observation is the basis of all
Oh,
deduction.
turn down the music. I can't see well. What are you talking about?
Believe that the time has come.
So have I.
And subsequently, so have I.
For
For one final logic and reasoning spectacular to expose the truth. So, Mr. Naruhodo, your assistance, if you please.
With what exactly, Mr. Sholmes?
With observation, my dear fellow, just as I said, of these two prevaricators.
Prevaricators. Never seen that one.
Prevaricators.
Prevaricators. Observation. If you remember, Mr. Naruhodo, we know that somebody tried to fabricate evidence, don't we? By tampering with the scene of Mr. Asogi's death. What we're looking for is some trace of evidence that one of these two was there when it happened.
Precisely. You are delightfully quick to grasp my meaning.
All right. I'll see what I can see. So we're looking for a trace of evidence that shows someone else was there last night when Kazuma died. All right. So this is interesting. They've kind of. I kind of hope they don't do another one of these. I'm sure they will. I want courtrooms, goddammit. I don't like this as much at all.
Yeah.
But they have kind of taken investigations and Apollo's thing and smashed it together.
Yes.
So that's kind of cool.
What popped up?
Are you kidding me, dude?
Oh my god.
Are you really? 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 Alright, hey, look at this horribly damning evidence that he's been walking around with. That everyone would be able to see if he turned once. Ugh. It's some kind of stain in an unusual place. It is in an unusual place, I'll give you that. Yes, you're right. It looks like ink if I'm not mistaken. Ink! And look at the color too. It's clear where it came from.
Here.
Yes!
Wow. Wow. You serious, dude? Seaman Beef Stroganoff. You seem to have quite a large purple stain on the back of your white uniform there. Yes, I don't know where the dirt comes from.
So, nothing in particular comes to mind about the stain.
What are you trying to say?
It would appear that the significance of the stain has escaped your attention, Seaman. Allow us to make it plain.
It's a very large purple stain on the back of Seaman Stroganoff's uniform. And I think what made it is clear.
Indeed it is. So, Mr. Naruhodo, present the evidence that proves it.
My pleasure. All right, then. The evidence that proves what that stain on the back of Seaman Stroganov's uniform really is. It's just the picture, I guess.
Yeah, just that.
Just a picture. Here you go.
Yeah, no.
Yes! It's this photograph and the ink it shows. That's what caused the stain on your uniform. The ink?
A rather unusual color of ink. Purple.
Purple. Imaginary technique. Ah!
Ah! The penny drops. At last. Now you see the significance.
The Russian word on the floor next to the victim's body was written in purple ink. And the stain on the back of your uniform is ink of exactly the same color.
If the ink had been dry, it couldn't possibly have stained your uniform in that way. Which means you must have been present in the cabin in the moments immediately after the ink was spilled.
All right. Yes. It was me. I did it. Everything. I arranged everything in dead student's cabin to make it look like Wardrobe Man did it. Then I pressed button to make Beria do emergency stop and bolt cabin door shut. I did everything so no one would suspect our angel. Beef! Please. Don't worry, Angel. Let me do talking. It was after 1 in the morning. I was on duty, patrolling passageway. Then our angel came to me. He was white, like sheet. Biff, please, you must help me. I went with her. The door to cabin number 1 was open. When I looked inside, I saw student boy on floor. What happened here? Please, don't tell anyone. My little one, my little furry friend. Okay. He just fucking fell.
He just fell.
Ugh. Well, this doesn't feel good for anyone.
No.
Now... like... Alright,
Yeah,
alright, so...
My friend Ryunosuke for a fucking murder when it was just a...
It was
accident.
a cat! Like,
Yeah.
I get it, girl. You just escaped your country. You just threw your whole life behind you, and the only thing that matters to you in this world is your cat.
Yeah.
I get it, but also like...
Wait. No. Oh, okay. I suppose the idea of the sleeping drugs is that they did this to pick her up.
They did pick her up, yeah.
Okay. But if the crew was already ride or die,
Yeah.
right? It's like they're not gonna care that you brought the cat with you. And it's like an accident happened. It
Yeah,
sucks.
like an accident happened. You tell them what happened. Like, I guess you can keep this pretty hush-hush, probably. Like, yeah, you might have to get... Like, the cat might have to go now, or something. But... This is a little extreme. Like... let's see what else they have to say. Everything that happened in cabin is like Angel told you. The kitten escaped through the ventilator into Mr. Asogi's cabin. Then he tripped over it and broke his neck when he fell to the floor. Yes, that is right. So after the incident, when the cat ran away, Miss Pavlova then visited the cabin next to hers, only to find its occupant lying lifeless on the floor. She said she was worried when she heard sound of something falling on floor. That's when she went to look. No, Angel? The door was not locked. So she opened to look, and you already know what happened after. There's just one thing, if you wouldn't mind. What? When you went to Mr. Asogi's cabin, Miss Pavlova, was he already dead? Why? I already told you. When Nina opened door of student's cabin and looked inside, I was asking Miss Pavlova. Well, Miss Pavlova? Oh. Yes. That is right. I saw him. It was dark, and he was wearing black, but he was on the floor, not moving. I was scared. I understand. And I believe you. Was that finally it now? Have we discovered the real truth about Cosma's death at last? Something very nearly slipped my mind. I'm gonna speed it up. We're 5 hours in. Oh, Mr. Sholmes. This photograph. Yes, I took this myself, you know. Okay. The cause of death was a broken neck. Therefore, the victim died instantly. The unfortunate incident that precipitated these events, a kitten on which the victim stumbled. However, if those are the facts, there was one particular area in this photograph that seems to be somewhat unnatural. What do you mean, unnatural? What are your thoughts on the matter, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, well...
He's on his stomach and not his back? Like, he broke his...
He would have fallen backwards. That's true.
It's...
But what's this matter if they, like, were resetting up the body anyway?
Yeah.
Yeah, alright. I'm sitting back up. Alright, if Cosmo tripped and fell and by some terrible stroke of luck broke his... Which part of this photographic print seems unnatural? All of it now that you've pointed this out? Finger? Is it just finger? Position of his head? What the fuck is this? Well, that's nice that it moves it. Like, which part of this photograph print seems unnatural? Well, obviously, his finger, but... Can I all of the above, Your Honor? But like, God, if it's the finger, I don't want it to be the finger because it's like we've established that the ink was written, yes?
Mm-hmm.
That they're setting it up. Okay, let's just...
Yes!
Must be here. No. Good. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice regarding the pursuit of detection, my dear fellow. When noting a crucial point, it can be helpful to keep your eyes open. They were open. And it can be equally helpful to use them. Okay. All right. Good. Not the finger. I think it's plain what Mr. Sholmes means by unnatural, isn't it? The word written in a foreign language underneath his fingertip. Surely, that particular crass detail was orchestrated by the culprit. No. I mean to identify another point. Imagine, if you will, losing your footing yourself. Would you land as the victim has? What of your hands? Yeah, like, I guess it's just the fists. You look like the sort of fellow who stumbles with some regularity. This should be an easy task. Why do I... Okay, I guess it's the clenched hand, but...
Right, which is weird, because
It
your
is a
hand
little
would be able to
weird.
brace yourself. However, that they already kind of established that, like, they
It's
fucked with the
tampered.
body.
Yeah,
so
okay, well-
that is
Yes!
kind of weird, but sure.
Alright. If he really fell due to an unfortunate accident, then this fist just doesn't seem quite right. Like, fair. The exact same thought occurred to me. In a fall, one's instinct is to open the palms flat. Yet here we see the victim with his hand held tightly balled into a fist. Almost, you might say, as though he were gripping something.
He's still fighting!
He's still fighting? The cat is inside that fist, Your Honor.
Oh my fucking god! Oh, fuck me, no way! No.
What do you mean? Simply that I took the liberty of investigating the victim's fist a short while ago. You did? And what, pray, do you imagine I found there, my dear fellow? Mr. Sholmes, show us, please!
It's gonna be a speckled band.
Why, of course, my dear madam. Would I keep you in... Why, of course, my dear madam. Would I keep you in suspense? Oh, no. Why, of course, my dear madam. Would I keep you in suspense? Yes, I would, actually. Oh!
The speckled band.
Oh! Alright. This is what I found.
Did he
You had
rip it out of
the
her-
damning evidence on you the whole fucking time?
Did he rip it out of her ear? Jesus Christ!
Yes. Oh, a crescent moon with a little gemstone in the middle. That's exactly like one of the other one that Pavlova has. Yes, you're right. A crescent moon. It's very pretty, but what does it tell us?
I thought she was just gay.
It tells us nothing. I'm not so sure. That crescent moon looks... It looks familiar somehow. I'm sure I've seen it incredibly distinctly before. You had the most damning piece of evidence on you the entire time? Observation, Mr. Naruhodo. That is the key. What? The truth is now tantalizingly close. How did that crescent moon come to be in Kazuma's clenched fist? Alright, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, what does it mean? Look with your fucking eyes! Where? Oh my god, where did it come from? Surely, oh god, the ink stain, oh god. The photo. Wait, the ear, the hair, the ear, and the eyes, in the ear, in the ear, in the ear, in the ear, in the ear. This is fucking stupid. She has such petite ears among that beautiful hair. Oh, like little pink. Oh my god, I had to present it. I'm sorry. There's something attached to her ear. Ah, I expect that's what's called an earring. Yep. My bad. I'm sorry. My bad. Yep, something fell off. She doesn't appear to have noticed that it's broken. Yep.
Yes!
You had it the whole fucking time, dude? Miss Pavlova, I noticed that on your ear. Even though you have a metal earring, the decorative part of it seems to be missing. The little link holding it on must have broken, I suppose. Eh? What? Wait, he's not German. Ah, it's so close, though. But looking at your other ear, I noticed a crescent moon. I don't believe it! Now, the missing crescent moon was found in the victim's clenched fist. Clearly, there is only one logical conclusion. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. Miss Pavlova, Mr. Asogi must have grasped that crescent moon and pulled it from your ear. Perhaps just a moment before he fell to the floor. In other words, last night, in Mr. Asogi's cabin, you witnessed the moment when the victim fell with your own eyes. In fact, you were quite literally at arm's length from him. But then the question is, why did Mr. Asogi do that? Why did he pull your earring from your ear and hold it in his clenched fist during his final moments? Oh no. Angel. No one can protect you now. Please, Miss Pavlova. Tell us the truth! Last night, what did you do to Kazuma? Yeah, head! Yeah! When I think about everything that happened yesterday, it was too much. Running away, the fishing boat in the middle of the night, trying to climb onto this huge ship, and then, when I was at last in this cabin, I could relax after this horrible long day. Darka, wait! I couldn't believe it. When she disappeared through the ventilator, I tried to call her with a little whistle. I tried waving her favorite toy. But nothing worked. Darka would not come back.
Left with no other option, I killed this guy.
I started killing.
So I started killing.
Death. I saw the Japanese boy, and my blood ignited. I hate the Japanese, says her.
The fires of the Japo-Russo War still burned.
Clunk. What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Oh. I'm sorry? I thought it was a friend of mine. So I better kill him?
So I better kill him.
The young man from your country. He was very polite and kind. He helped me to find Darka. But he promised not to tell anyone. But then, when I had my friend in my arms again, and I was going to leave the man's cabin...
He recognized her.
Just a moment, sorry, but...
It's like, are you the woman from the newspaper?
Oh, yes? I'm sure I know your face.
Yeah.
I've seen you somewhere before. Ah, of course. You're Nikolina Pavlova, aren't you? Russian ballerina. Huh? No, I don't know that name. My heart nearly stopped when he said that. He knew who I was. How could this man from a land in the faraway east know a Russian ballerina? Ah. I saw your performance in Japan. The beauty of the ballet made a deep impression on me. But what are you doing on the ship? I'm sure I read that your ballet company was performing in Shanghai at the moment. I can't fool him. I have to tell him the truth and hope he doesn't tell anyone. I have no other choice. Kazuma, don't tell me you were gonna be a fucking narc! I see. You've run away. Please, please keep my secret. Don't tell anyone. Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here. Oh. Oh. He's going to pull that cord. He's going to tell the captain. Why did I think I could trust him? Ah. Then it happened. Everything at once. It was only a second, but it felt like forever. Wait! I shouted, and then Darka jumped out of my arms and down to the young man's feet. And oh God. As he turned around to look at me.
Oh.
I pushed him. I don't even know why. I don't know why I did it. I was just so scared. And I had to stop him from telling anyone about me. Fuck! Ugh. Well, this might win as one of the, like, grimiest cases of, like, this is just awful!
Yeah.
Ugh. I need a second opinion, says Kazuma. Knowing that Ryunosuke near him is so taken for granted. Ugh. That's when you went to fetch for help. From Seaman Stroganov, who was on duty out in the passageway. I heard Nina cry out and thud on floor, so I ran to her. She was standing at cabin door, shaking like a leaf. She looked at me and said, "Help me, Biff. If they find out, I will be... Please, I have nowhere to go." So you decided to help. And that's when you arranged things in Kazuma's cabin to make it look like I did it. So that no one would suspect the passenger in the cabin next door. Yes. I went into cabin and looked around to make sure there was nothing to show Nina was there. And then I found Stowaway. In wardrobe. Still sleeping. Right. That's when he found me. You worked out a plan. Lay the blame on the Stowaway. I closed wardrobe doors and put back strange paper sign. Luckily for me, that's the only reason Susato-san started to believe me when I said I was innocent. I dragged young man's body to good place and used ink that was spilling it to write on floor. I wrote whatever the fuck that says, so that the person who found him would look inside wardrobe and find Stowaway. And tell me, what of the glass bell? It was by my feet. So I picked it up. I see. But it was dark in the cabin. I didn't notice the other half. An angel went back to her cabin, and I finished job. You know what? Good consistency here was the, he has really nice handwriting.
Yeah.
They had mentioned that. An angel went back to her cabin and I finished job. Pressing the emergency alarm button in the passageway. Ah. Accordingly, the SS Buria did indeed come to an emergency halt at a little after 2 a.m., thus enticing the bolt on the cabin door to slide shut, creating the locked room mystery. There's still one thing I don't understand, Miss Pavlova. What? What? Well, you said that you told Cosmo about the fact that you'd run away from your homeland. It's because you were worried he was going to tell the captain that you pushed him. Is that right? Yes. But even if he had pulled the bell cord and called for the captain of the ship, aren't you friends with every member of the crew? Why would that have been a problem? It was what he said first that made me scared. What he said first? Ugh. Ugh. What are you doing here at this time? What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? God! Oh. I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine. He said an inspector was his friend. Yes, meaning me. We're supposed to be acting as his bodyguard. I thought that if police knew about me, they would arrest me. So before he could pull the bell cord, May I stop you for a moment, please, Miss Pavlova? It just doesn't seem to make sense. I mean, was Mr. Asogi really going to pull the bell cord? I don't know. What? What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I'm not Kazuma, so I can't know for certain, but he was a man of his word. If he told you, you wouldn't give your secret away, then he wouldn't have done. Oh, he was walking over to it. He was going to pull the cord. He was going to make them send me back. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, the day's work is not yet done, it seems. There is one more deduction to make. What? How? Where? How? Another deduction? Yes. What action was the victim really about to take at that moment? Can we determine whether the young man's gaze was directed? I'm gonna cry. Oh my god! First, consider the victim's location within his cabin. That's easy. I remember every detail of that room. I mean, yes, I spent quite a lot of time in the wardrobe, but still. The cabin has been my home for this entire voyage. So this is how the cabin looked last night, when Miss Pavlova visited Kazuma-sama. Yes, it's exactly how it was. Are you ready then, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. If there's one thing I've learned today, it's that a simple gaze can reveal all manner of truths. A simple gaze can reveal all manner of truths. And not only that, in order to draw the right conclusion, everyone is simply holding completely just damning evidence on them at all times. Fuck. You can't afford to be out by even a little bit when you're following the gaze to where it lands. So, when he turned away from Miss Pavlova, what exactly was Kazuma looking at? Hold on, are there any windows in this? He was looking at him, where his eyes are always gazing.
Take that!
Fuck, man.
Considering everything that had happened last night. Certainly, it may have looked as though Cosmo was going to ring the bell cord. Yes, however... Sholmes, don't you hijack this. Shut up! What is directly beside the bell cord? The wardrobe. The wardrobe? More importantly, what was inside the wardrobe? But the finest man to ever come from Japan. The man's great friend, sleeping soundly. Miss Pavlova, please think back very carefully. What were Mr. Asogi's exact words last night? Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here. Another opinion? Yes, but not from a member of the crew. No, Mr. Asogi intended to consult his close friend on the matter. See if between them, they might be able to help in some way, no doubt. Oh, no. Sadly, we can't know the truth for certain now. It's too late for that. Ryunosuke is like, I would have sold her out. You made the right move, I'll be honest. No, like, here's what would have happened. He would have been like, huh, well, I have a little secret too that you have to keep, okay? And then they trade the secret, and they're like, together,
Yeah.
right? I have a friend here. Can you help me with him? We're both in this together now. And it would have been great, right? She would have made it so that he would have been permitted on the ship because she's got friends on it and stuff. This case kind of sucked, but fuck, man.
Violence.
This is a soul crusher for sure.
Yeah, no, yeah, this is
Damn. Sadly, we can't know the truth for certain now. It's too late for that. But I wish you had made sure of what Mr. Asogi was looking at. Things may have ended very differently if you had. Miss Pavlova. I want to thank you for finally admitting the truth. But I'm gonna kill you now. But unfortunately, I'm gonna kill you now.
I'm gonna beat you to death.
Truth is, a man lost his life because of what you did, and that will never change. I hope you'll never forget that. Sorry. Really? I'm so sorry. What have I done? Phoenix would have been fine. Or, Ryunosuke would have tanked it.
Yeah, the bed would have shattered.
Yeah, the bed would have shattered. Unfortunately, we knew that Cosmo was not built different.
Yeah.
And so, at long last, Alex's long-held curiosities of whether or not the guy with the headband was going to be the Mia of the game was finally brought to light. So who's he body snatching?
Oh my god.
What bara motherfucker? So that his giant pecs spoke out. Well, no, the weird thing with Mia was that it aged up Pearl's body.
Yeah,
Yeah, that was weird. What little boy? I guess. Is he gonna body jack?
Yeah, we're gonna get to England. We're gonna run into Oliver Twist.
Mr. Naruhodo. And so at long last, the mystery surrounding the tragic accident on the SS Buria was finally laid to rest.
Fuck, dude. I'm not gonna see his penis lean anymore.
I know. We'll see it. We'll see it at the end.
Yeah, yeah.
We'll see it. We'll see it in the final moments when he's getting, when he's connected to lawyer heaven. What will happen to Miss Pavlova now then? Once we reach Great Britain, she'll be handed over to the British police at Scotland Yard. What about the fact that she ran away from Russia? Won't the Russians try to repatriate her? Thank God we played Death Stranding, dude. Nah, I would have missed that one. Apparently, the English detective can speak to the immigration office and sort all that out. Mr. Sholmes can do that? So she won't be going back to Russia then? No. I don't think so. He healed really fast. It's only been, like, a couple more hours.
Yeah.
So we know he's probably built different. Even if she wanted to return in the future, I doubt she would be able to. She ran away, so now she's in exile for life. I see. I'm sorry. Seaman Stroganov. I wanted to help our angel, no matter what. But I didn't think about you. About how you lost good friend. I will go with Nina. I will give myself to British police. That's kind of you. In the meantime, thank you for letting me go free again. Cosmo's death feels like such a waste, but... well... do what you can for Miss Pavlova, won't you? Ah. Well, I'm afraid you need to pack now. We're due to arrive in Hong Kong tomorrow. As much as it pains me, I'm going to have to hand you over to the council to arrange your passage back to Japan. Yes. I did stow away after all. I couldn't really expect anything any different. So, you should get back to your cabin now. Looks like my study tour to Great Britain is over before it even began then. To think that only days ago, Cosma and I were laughing together about how we'd tear up the streets of London. It seems like a distant memory now. Oh. What's that? Is it someone weeping? Sato-san. Naruhodo-san. I didn't know you had returned. Oh, well, I haven't been back long. Inspector Hosonaga just told me I should pack. You know, ready to leave the ship tomorrow and all that. Aww. I still can't believe this has happened. I can't believe someone's life can be over just like that. Sato-san. He had such grand ideas for this visit to Great Britain. So many dreams. And now they've been cruelly taken away. Just as he has. I thought I could never forgive the person responsible. But now we know the truth. It was just an accident. Just a silly series of mishaps. It's too much, Naruhodo-san. It's just too much. Yeah. I know. It's gotta be Sholmes, like, upside down on the ceiling like Inosuke, right?
I have no fucking idea. Yeah, I guess.
I wish there was something I could say. No, so it's just Hosonaga walking back in, okay. Inspector, my duty was to see Asogi-san safely to Great Britain, but I failed, and caused his two closest friends great pain and suffering as a result. I've let everyone down. And I will do anything to make up for my terrible blunder. Nobody blames you, Inspector. And I'm free again now that I... Huh? What's up, bitches? Surprise, Mr. Naruhodo? What is the meaning of this? Oh, a trifling matter. Simply that in my head, I think I shall always picture you wearing those shackles. Without them, the balance seems all wrong. It's distracting. Sorry? So I decided to restore them. For old time's sake, shall we say. You are a stowaway after all. He thinks this is funny? Mr. Sholmes. We do appreciate all your assistance. I'd like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Not at all, not at all. And though it's a little late, may I offer my sincere condolences. The loss of your companion is truly heartrending. I hope that you will be able to fulfill some of his aspirations in his honor. I'm afraid that won't be possible. We shall be disembarking at the next port, Hong Kong. We have to return to Japan to make a full report about everything that's happened. Wait, what? Wait a minute. It's just me that has to go back, isn't it? I mean, I was the stowaway. The terms of this study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. It was to be one lawyer, one assistant. Was to be. In the light of Mr. Asogi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. Oh no. I don't care for me, but... Poor Susato-san. My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know. All you require is one lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely. But there's no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer apart from Mr. Ryanosuke here who has defended himself in court and now solved another case. Qualifications, you say? Any qualifications obtained in your own country will be of little value in Great Britain, I'm afraid. Oh, but anyway, the voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourself another suitable lawyer. Yes. Miss Susato? Yes? Do you think perhaps I might be able to do it? You're not a lawyer, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, unless... Are you studying law? No, I'm not, but... I'm sorry, in that case, I don't think there's even a chance it could work. But as I said, there is still more than a month before we reach England shores. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. Yes, I have a month in which to study. To learn what I must to become a lawyer in Great Britain. Mr. Naruhodo, that's ridiculous. Are you seriously suggesting anybody can learn all of that in just 40 days? There's only one way to find out. I would work my fingers to the bone, Inspector. Every single day. Will you let me try? And if by the time we reach Great Britain I haven't learnt enough to be recognized as a lawyer, I'll take whatever punishment is deemed appropriate. But why put yourself in such a difficult position? For Kazuma. He said that there was something he had to do in Great Britain. And that he would sacrifice anything to make it happen. He was passionate about it. I can't let all that passion just come to nothing. Anyway, it's for my own benefit too. I will become a lawyer. I have to. What do you say, Miss Susato? Hand him the sword. Aw. I think it's a wonderful idea. Thank you. Everyone, someone's got a smile at the end of every case.
Yeah.
So, what does our bespectacled inspector friend say? Are you serious? Rarely. One lawyer and one assistant. The numbers are indisputable. No. It's madness. He's only defended himself in court in one of the most spectacular cases in all of Japan. In front of military personnel at the Supreme Court. There's no way he's good enough. Yet fascinating, wouldn't you
Like in
agree?
Hosonaga, you were working on behalf of the police department to undermine him, and he still won.
He's him, Hosonaga. You have to let him be him. Can't be in denial of it. Yet fascinating, wouldn't you agree? Fascinating! Duty and rules are the dull routine of existence that we all abhor. Give us interest! Give us fascination! Speak for yourself. Besides, qualifications are no measure of a man. What matters is his character, no? And you've witnessed ample evidence of this man's exemplary character today with your own eyes. From the early hours of this morning until this very moment now. Despite contending with the passing of his close companion, and despite the accusations of guilt, this man has shown resourcefulness, intelligence, and above all, courage. I also have this inkling that he might be indestructible. Very well. I'll think of a clever way to word my report to the Department of Justice. Inspector! After all, I did just make a promise, didn't I? I said that I'd do anything at all to make up for my shortcomings here. Oh, thank you, Inspector! If you'll excuse me, I must pay a visit to the captain's quarters, I think. I need to discuss what to do next and how best to make my report. Are you really prepared to attempt this, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. I'm gonna try. I wonder, would you consider teaching me what I need to know? Everything about being a lawyer? I would be delighted to help you. I am a judicial assistant after all. Thank you. And, Mr. Naruhodo, I'd like you to take charge of this. What? Me? Are you sure? I'm sure it's what Kazuma-sama would have wanted. Its name is Karuma. It's a great sword. It's actually a katana. That's been in the Asogi clan for generations. Very well. I accept. I'll treasure it always. So then, Miss Susato, it seems we'll be working together for some time to come yet. It will be an honor, Mr. Naruhodo. And for the next 40 days, I shan't grant you a single minute of freedom. You shall fill every spare moment with study. Yes, that's exactly what I need. But before we begin, I have an earnest favor to ask you too. Goodness, what is it? Please? Alright, I like her. Please throw me to the ground. 3 times. What? I should never have doubted you. You were Kazuma-sama's closest friend. Of course you would never have done anything to hurt him. That should have been obvious to me from the start. But I allowed suspicion to get the better of me. And no matter how upset I was feeling, it was completely unforgivable behavior. No. You weren't shocked. You just found out about me stowing away. No! I won't let you make excuses for me. Whatever the circumstances, I should never have thrown you. And not just once, but 5 times. Ha! That number keeps creeping up, doesn't it? It was only like 2, I think. Maybe 3? Please, you must! Just take hold of me and throw me! Do it! Don't even think about it! No. I don't even know how. I'll never throw anyone in my... I've never thrown anyone in my life. Very wise, Mr. Naruhodo. It isn't a skill one acquires without considerable training. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you're still here? I observed your throwing technique several times with great interest. I confess I was most impressed. When did he see that? I presume that would be a form of Japanese wrestling. Oh, well, in a way, it's not wrestling, but my own interpretation of an ancient jujutsu technique. A what? Apparently it's called the Susato takedown. It leaves your head swimming, believe me. How beguiling. I'd like one as well. I am a practitioner of the combative arts myself. I am a somewhat accomplished boxer. There he goes, dancing around again. I wonder if you'd be so kind as to instruct me on this technique of your resting throw. Yes, I'd be honored. And let us not dally. Demonstrate, my dear madam. Oh, of course. It's gonna be on Nick. It's gonna be on Ryunosuke. Are you ready? Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry, what? Hiya! As you can see, you throw from the abdomen. Oh, yes. Arresting indeed. That is what you term the Susato takedown, is it? Actually, no. That was the Susato squash. In my groggy state of consciousness, a scene from an evening recently spent with Cosma flickered into my mind.
Oh my god, it's his penis.
Karuma. That's right. It's a prized sword that's been passed down through generations of the Asogi clan. I can't believe you managed to get permission to bring it with you. I mean, taking a katana on a study tour is more than a little irregular, surely. A Japanese man's sword is his soul, Ryunosuke. I can't be parted from my katana. Karuma guides me. I truly believe that. So its name compels its wielder to slice evil in two? Not that you would need much compelling. On that subject, something very important that I have to do in Great Britain. And I'll sacrifice anything to make it happen. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me. Of course I will. Whatever is it, I'll see it through to the end with you. I knew you wouldn't let me down. That important thing he had to do. I still don't know what that was. But I'm gonna see the place for myself and work it out. In Great Britain's capital, London. Alright, if we end up in one that is seemingly not going to be a court case, don't force it to be 6 hours long.
Noted.
Noted.
Yeah, that was definitely they hit us with the overhead, unblockable overhead.
I had no chance. I had no chance.
Because then it was like we were in it, and it's like, oh, we can't stop. We're in it.
Yeah. Yeah, it don't help that that was like a 4-hour unskippable segment. It felt like.
Yeah,
there was no stopping point. That's rough.
Well, there were a couple to be continues, but not like. It didn't stop right before the trial happened, and maybe it did, but it didn't the pacing did not suggest that a trial was about to happen.
And we just weren't ready for it either. All right, so we're gonna hit back, and we're probably okay. We can return to this house screen here. All right, episode 3 will be the adventures of the runaway room. Oh my god, we're gonna be in Britain. That sucks. Fuck. So tempted to see how many episodes there are. It could be 6. It's 4 or 5.
It's
6. There's never been 6. It's possible. All right. I think we get the fuck out of here. Good night. Hope you all liked it. We'll talk more about it later. See ya.
Later, boys.